Let's adjust. Like so. Cool. Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm just pulling up my feed now and letting the chat run for a little bit so that we could get people in here. Wow, Den 6'8". Cheers from Seattle. Hello. I'm actually doing a recap video for next week about Seattle and a bunch of the West Coast states or cities. Tom Smith, hello. How are you doing today? Beautiful and gorgeous queen. I'm doing well. Nice to see you. Ram says, hello, goddess. Wow, Den says, cool. Sven, hello. David, greetings. How are you? Clearly, I cannot speak this evening, but I'm doing well. I hope you all are too. Changed a little bit of the scenery today. Goddess Playground. Good evening. Great to be here again. Hopefully you got my inquiry on your site about the models you're looking for in SF. Yes, I responded to you. I hope you got my response. I responded yesterday, I believe. But yeah. I may adjust the camera in a bit. My decor is not being seen. Gonna like adjust this. Okay. Let's see. That's better. It's a little bit more festive. All right. And I'm also gonna change this music because it was supposed to stay on another one, and then it changed on me. Let's see. This one. There we go. Tom Smith says, how strong are you? I mean, strength is relative, right? You can only compare to the people around you, so I need a higher chair. There we go. How are all of you this evening? I know you asked me how I am, but how are all of you? Maybe I'll turn on the lights in the back too. Ooh. I like that. Okay, it's a little better. David says, fine. I know that some cities are kind of buckling down again, so it's always interesting to see how the world changes day by day and the differences between all the different cities. So Hope everyone is staying safe and sane out there. But yeah, anyone have any questions or topics they would like to talk about today? I know I'm doing a little bit of a late stream. Sven is asking, how are you coping with lockdown? So I'm in LA and we don't really have like more of a lockdown than it has been, meaning like the gyms and other kind of like restaurants and bars, they're still not open. They haven't been open. So that's kind of all similar. Restaurants are open if you dine outside, and luckily in Los Angeles, the weather is nice enough all year round that we are blessed enough to be able to partake in physical distancing while sharing a meal together. So I can't say it's too terrible. It was a little chilly weather-wise, like for a couple days this past week, but it's pretty good now. Today it hit like mid-80s in Fahrenheit, so I can't complain. Rizky says, hello, mistress. Hello, Rizky. David says, crazy restaurants shutting down. How is LA? I'm on the East Coast. Yeah, so as I mentioned, we are able to still dine as long as there's outdoor seating, and a lot of restaurants have converted their spaces to extend into more outdoor stuff. So they've like converted parking lots into dining space. And I think it's smart of them to do that. Otherwise, other businesses can't survive like that. Small businesses can't survive. Salons just started opening up like a couple months ago, and people have been going, but like distancing per seat, which is kind of weird because it's like, I went to my mailbox today to pick up packages, or the other day, and I passed by one of the salons, and it was like a girl, and then no girl, and then another girl, and then no girl. And it's, I mean, I guess everybody's just trying to do what they can to maintain a, you know, somewhat normal life that they can these days, but it's tough. But I've been creating a lot of content, not necessarily clips per se, but content for YouTube. So Sexy Sadist says, hello, mistress. Have you ever done any kidnapping scenes? Not officially, not like, I haven't driven a car and picked up a sub and thrown them into the trunk or anything. However, I did do a scene inside the room that had to do with like fake weaponry, if that makes sense, and a takedown. So I guess it's not, I don't know if it's actual like napping, but yeah, I've done that. That was a fun one actually. And duct tape, we did duct tape. That's always fun. A lot of people like the sound of duct tape. Like it's kind of, there's a range from like packaging and shipping things, and then like psychologically thinking of that as somebody like getting kidnapped and like being tied up in duct tape in the same way. You know how people handle like packages and it's like not really the nicest way, even though it says fragile on the side. So I think it's an interesting like correlation when non-vanilla people think about, you know, napping and like duct tape. Because they don't think about, oh, I'm going to the UPS. It's like, oh, is my owner gonna throw me into the UPS without me knowing, or whatever. That scene got really, really specific, but yeah. David says, background looks beautiful, and so are you. Thank you. I worked hard on this. If you haven't seen my living room transformation, I posted that like a couple months ago or last month. No, a couple months ago already. Geez, time is going by really fast. It's already mid-November, everyone. Graham says, greetings from England. Hoping that you are well, mistress. Yes, it is. Yes, I am. What time of day is it on the West Coast? It is 7:41 p.m. So quite early still, but it looks dark as night outside because of daylight savings time. So, yes. What time is it there in England? Sven is asking, do I know any celebrities? I've had high-profile subs and kinksters who are actors, so I don't know if you would call that a celebrity. I guess it depends on how well known they are, but yes, I would say. Because if anybody else saw them on the street, they would know exactly who they are and like what they were in. Brian says 3:41 a.m. Woo, you are up late. Graham says, in that case, very good evening. It is 3:42 a.m. here. What are you doing awake? I am very happy to have you, though. I'm glad you are awake. I was planning on doing my stream a little earlier because I do know I have some European audiences and viewers. However, I fell asleep. I took a nap because I was doing chores, and I got these two amazing wingback chairs today, and they're sitting over there in my living room, and it looks so good, but I don't want to show it to you guys yet because I'm going to do a whole project on them. Brian says, I've always been a late person. Ooh, I got a lot of night owls. Graham says, insomnia, guilty conscience. What are you guilty of? Something that you need to be punished for? Sven says, do I know any prawn stars like Larkin Love? I know a few people who do prawn, but I don't, I've only collaborated with a couple of them, and they're usually overlapping the femdom realm. And then, yeah, I don't know anyone personally, like I'm not friends with anyone, but I've worked around people, and then I've also, like, you know, seen them at parties and events. So David says, did see the living room video, amazed at how resourceful you are, turning $50 into $500 worth of decorations. Actually this one, yeah, so it did cost $500, this specific room, because I actually had like all 4-ish walls to do, like 3.5 walls to do. Yes, my life is kind of like a scavenger hunt. Like, I'm always keeping my eye out for like the best quality items and things that I would never pay full price for. And if they just so happen to come up because in my mind I already have a vision for how I want things to look like, then presto manifesto. I have manifested that thing into my life, and I am able to sometimes, most of the time, get those things. So I'm really grateful for that. Sven says, prawn. I can't say that word on live stream, unfortunately, so I'm pronouncing it like a prawn, like a shrimp. Wink, wink, if you haven't gotten the hint. Goddess Playground's asking, would you ever consider mentoring new doms? I've been asked quite a few times actually, because people like my videos and my style and my artwork, and they just like my philosophy and who I am as a person. However, I feel like there are so many more like women who are qualified to teach. And one of those women I can recommend is Simone Justice. She used to live in Los Angeles, but is now residing in Texas. But she has a lot of online courses, and she has kind of like a daily statement, if you will, that she posts on her Twitter. A lot of them are very insightful, and she retweets a bunch of people who have, you know, just daily thoughts about like service or power exchange dynamics. And I highly recommend looking at, you know, who she is. And she's been teaching for a very, very long time. So she already has a structure of like how, like, depending on what level you are, what she could mentor you by. And I've taken a couple of her classes as well. So that's why I recommend, because I have taken photos with her and actually seen her teach firsthand. So Brian says, nice golden skull on the dressing table. I have so many skulls. I have 3 on my nightstand in my room, and then in my childhood bedroom in my parents' house in San Francisco, I have 2 as well. But yeah, my Mayan zodiac sign is death, so it's very, I guess, appealing to me. And then like death and like morbid, macabre things, and just like human anatomy at its bare bones, like figuratively and literally, have been in my life for a very long time. So Graham says, I haven't done anything worth mentioning, but you are welcome to punish me, mistress, naturally. Well, the only reason why I ask is because you said guilty conscience. So I'm just curious if you had anything recently that you did that would make you feel guilty. David says, I meant that complimenting turning silver into gold is art. Oh, thank you. No, I think I understood what you meant, but I do appreciate that. I mean, I'm an artist and a maker, like, first and foremost, before anything else. And so, like, I always have to have, like, a project, whether it's editing and creating, you know, content for videos, or, like, art projects, sewing, electronics, decorating my dresser space, because now I have the room. Like, this is luxury right here. I never had counter space before. So thank you. I do appreciate it. And I appreciate when you guys are watching the process, because it makes you understand how much work I put in. Like, every time we have FaceTime, it seems like, you know, this is just a section of the day that you're watching versus all the other moments of the day, which I am able to collect and record and document and edit for you guys, is really special, because you don't get to see that live. You get to see that later in a more condensed version, because like I spent hours and days and months on the renovations, and yeah, I'm not gonna show you every day like what I've done if it's just like one little thing, you know? It just makes more sense to kind of like put it all together and just be like, hey, look what I did. So Brian says, what artwork is it you do? If you go onto my website, dominamara.com, and you go to my portraits page, I do all the editing and take almost all of the self-portraits on there. I have 3 years worth of content every single month, putting out a different photo set, and they have different themes, different femdom themes. This latest one I did was in a collaboration with a photographer in the Bay Area, and I've credited him on that. Check it out. I'm dressed in full leather, including jacket, leather bra, pants, heels, all of it. And I'm carrying a whip, and I'm in a really gorgeous location, and I'll be going and heading up to San Francisco again at the end of the month. So, woohoo! Sven says, ever meet Howard Stern? No, I have not. Uni, Princess Kali is good. I've heard of her as well, but I've never taken a class from her, so I can't say firsthand. But yes, I've heard really good things about her as well. And she's been also teaching for a very long time. Dabadoo says, how do you like Cellmate? So I haven't personally used it. I have other apps and like chastity devices. I have a whole video on devices actually for Locktober. Check out my OxyShop collaboration that I did with them. However, for like Bluetooth and stuff like that, I use other toys and vibes. One of those actually could be found, the Bluetooth vibe that I really like that actually can be controlled by an app, is in my Slightly Legal Toys collaboration. So watch those two, the OxyShop and the Slightly Legal Toys collaboration, because those are the ones that I own and have used. Cellmate also recently just got into trouble because their privacy got leaked or something. The personal information of the customers or the consumers that were using their product got leaked. So a lot of people stopped using them and boycotted them. So be careful about that. I don't know if it's true because I don't own it, but that's what I've heard from colleagues. Graham says, okay, I wish I had the opportunity to do anything naughty. We are into our second lockdown in the UK, so life is very uneventful. Hence why you are on my channel, because I can be your ray of sunshine in the dark times. Goddess Playground, oh girl, I definitely understand you there. Currently remodeling my garage into my office/workspace. It's been 4 months now, lol. It's a process, but like you said, once you envision something, manifest. Yeah, I honestly didn't start work on any of my rooms until I actually like sketched it down, and I immediately knew what I wanted to do with every single part already. Some of the things like that arrow, you know, popped up onto my feed while I was searching for different things. And so stuff like that is spontaneous, and I love that too, because it's kind of like, it's like treasure hunting. You get to go and look at different people's like stuff they don't want anymore. I'm like, why wouldn't you want to keep that? That literally fits perfectly above a door frame, you know? But getting it for a fraction of the price, and it's like perfect. I just added my own flair by adding more sparkle and spray painting more gold onto it, because, you know, can't have enough gold in my life apparently as a Leo. Graham says, you are a muse of inspiration, ma'am. Thank you. Goddess Playground says, yes, OfferUp and thrifting have been a lifesaver, lol. Yeah, actually, I don't get a lot of my things at thrift stores. I just got the tiger is the only thing that I really got off of the thrift store, but like everything else has been like neighbors or what else? Oh, like the dressers are like from an actor studio that happened to be going out of business, and I found that on Craigslist at the time because I was looking at a Victorian sofa. that they needed to get rid of too, but I didn't end up liking it in person when I went to go see it and pick it up. So I ended up grabbing these instead because they were literally gonna get rid of them and throw them and put them on the street. And I was just like, man, they're so solid and they're like the perfect size, perfect height. So yeah. Goddess Playground says that she is an inspiration. Thank you. Graham says, great minds think alike. Yeah, and also like in this economy where it's not so hot right now, I feel like, you know, you kind of try to do your best with like what you have and like what you can find out there. And to be honest, like I mentioned, almost all the stuff that I have is like super quality stuff. Like I'm not going to get something that's half beaten to death because that'll take me more resources to refurbish and restore it. And unless that's like a passion project specifically for that item, like I'm not going to do that. I have other things that I would rather do to fulfill my time. So Brian says, have you ever met the Filipino mistress Astra Domina? Yes, I've done a collaboration with her. Why are you asking me like who I've met? I'm actually going to be featuring my West Coast tour next week. So this week I put out the East Coast tour recap from last year because I miss traveling so much. And next year I'm going to put out the West Coast one. And we did a collaboration, so I'm going to be featuring her in that one. Like for a little segment. And by the way, Brian, I'm also part Filipino. Just in case you didn't know. Okay. Also, guys, I'm gonna put a plug right now. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up button if you like me live streaming. It really does help with just like having other people get to know my channel and stuff like that. Plur says, do you speak Tagalog? No, I don't. I understand it, but everybody in the Philippines speaks English. So I was really spoiled with like not having to learn an extra language. Also, my mom used to speak a mix of like Tagalog and like a dialect in Chinese and like Spanish all mixed up together. And they used to, like, she talks with her family with all this mix and mishmash of languages so that I wouldn't understand it when she's talking about me. So, Uni says, but your accent is not Filipino. I'm ethnically part Filipino. I'm not like, I wasn't born in the Philippines, so I don't have, I'm American. Nationally, I'm American. Graham says, my retired former pro dom pal was speculating last year about domination with everyday household items. Yeah, I have a video. I think it was a Christmas one. I think it's a DIY Kinky Christmas video on my YouTube channel about like you can use like wooden spoons similar to paddles to kind of simulate stuff, and forks kind of are like the Wartenberg wheels, the pinwheels, in texture and sensory. So yeah, you can definitely, and that's another thing, that's another reason why part of my philosophy is like, I don't have to be in a dungeon, is because like I can literally use anything I see in the room that I know like is safe to use, you know, either body safe, and then obviously the technique that I use is going to be safe. So Yeah. Give me the bare minimum. Put me in a forest. I can find something. You can use tree branches. I believe back in the day they used to call, like, because canes are made out of wood or different types of bamboo. And, you know, the branches, tree branches, used to be called switches, I believe. In, like, old disciplinarian, old school type of scenarios back in the day. So, yeah. Uni Uni says, do you have any house subs? No. I don't like anyone in my home. I like people serving me and being like the maid service or a butler service. But I don't have anyone living in my home, and I don't like anybody cleaning my home either. I don't like people who are lower than me touching my things. Ashley says, Mistress, do you have any recommendations for apps or websites to find kinky partners? There were a couple that were being developed or used, but I haven't had any luck. Like, I haven't had any success in those. So I can't really recommend any. I would just say like FET is the go-to for everybody, but even that, I'm not even on there because I think the quality of content has gone way down. Forums, photos, it's like not that great anymore. As compared to when I joined like 5 or so years ago. I just go on there to post like what I need to post so that I have a catalog of it on my profile. But that's kind of like a Facebook for FET people is like, you know, you can find events there in your local area, munches and stuff like that. Graham says she was saying much the same thing. You could compare notes, I'm sure. Nice. Thank you, Carl, for the tip. I got €1. Oh no, I'm sorry, I got a pound. Jeez, my bad. £1. Thank you. And a sunglasses emoji. Wait, do I have a pair of sunglasses here? I used to have a pair of sunglasses out here. Krishna says, hi, ma'am. Hello. Ashley says, thank you for the answer. No problem. It's my pleasure. I kind of want to actually get my sunglasses for Carl. I'm wondering if I can... Here, maybe I'll take you guys on a tour with me. Let's take a walk. I'm gonna go get some sunglasses. What should I get? Ooh, these are kind of my favorite and go-to. All right. Okay. This is for you, Carl. I'm putting these on because of the emoji sticker you gave me. Do I look like the emoji now? They've got these nice cat eye design going on, as well as, I don't know if you guys can see, but kind of like an animal print maybe. I can't tell if it's like a zebra or stripey. But yeah. Thanks for the tip. Ooh. Goddess Playground says, referring to the quality on FET, I totally agree. And on top of that, it seems way too clicky. Yeah, I feel like the people that are on there have been like bonding with each other like forever, or they just, if it's new people, they like attach onto a group really quickly and then become a part of like whatever that niche is. And it's no longer like this bigger communal thing where people share ideas and are like really malleable and it doesn't matter where you're from and stuff like that. And I think that's kind of why I really like, you know, my platform as a YouTube channel, because I'm able to connect how I want with other people, whether they're vanilla or not. So Sven is asking, have any favorite movies? Yes. Check out The Fall. It's a beautiful artistic film. I cannot recommend it enough. It's brought me close to tears a couple times. Here, I'm gonna actually link it because I've never linked it before. And I believe, yeah, it came out in 2006. And it was by Tarsem Singh. So really beautiful. It's that one. There's a lot of things called Fall or The Fall. There's even like I think it's TV series, but this is an actual movie. And yeah. Graham says, very stylish shades. I used to have a pair of mirror glasses I bought in Rome that I was very fond of. What happened to them? Do you not have them any longer? Krishna, if you would like to serve me, the best way to do that is to go to my website and fill out my reservation form, and we can go from there. You can also view my tribute rates on my website, and if you want to do like a phone consultation where it's one-on-one, I'm open to that. And we can create a program just for you. DS Boss says, your video is my favorite. Thank you. Goddess Playground says, please don't spam her. We actually enjoy conversing with her. Don't worry, I won't sign off. I just, but I will say I have the power to put you in timeout, so don't make me do that. Krishna, I've been saying my website forever. It's dominamara.com. It's very simple. You can also see it on my About page on my Miss Mara account on YouTube. I have it on every single video in the descriptions. If you take the time to slow down and read it, then yeah. DS Boss says, welcome. Plurkner says, bruh. Yeah. I feel the same way sometimes. But it's nice to see you on here, Plurkner. I've seen your account following me, so thank you. I do appreciate you being here and for liking my stuff on multiple platforms. Also, I'm looking down because that's where my laptop is, just so that I know. All right. let me know, you guys. I think that's public. I just put him on timeout because that's really annoying. Like, some people can't take a hint. All right. Graham says, do you have a busy week ahead, mistress? I do have a session tomorrow, and then I have to buy groceries, and I'm going to, how do you say, I'm going to edit my next week's YouTube video. It's taking me a little bit longer to edit these because there's just so much content that I'm trying to pack into like the most condensed version that I can. And also just like figuring out music, narrating in a concise and articulate way, as well as pulling the best images from my trips is like it takes a lot of time. So these trip recaps have been taking like almost an entire week or a week to do. And then I also have projects like I just got 2 chairs that I really want to transform. But that might actually end up being something I do and I put out next year, like one of my first videos for 2021. DS Boss says, what is your name? Are you asking me? Or are you being sarcastic to previous comments? Hi, Wubba Lubba Dub Dub. Favorite season, winter, summer, spring, or fall? I have a summer birthday. So summer's pretty cool because I really like it being sandwiched between like spring, which is kind of like when things are blooming again. Also it's like the hottest time of the year and also the longest day of the year. And then sandwiched between spring and fall, autumn, which is beautiful. Like the leaves start turning, but they're not dead yet. You know, and then the air feels crisper. So I think before it used to be like winter because I'm from California, I wouldn't get a lot of snow, and that's something that I associated with winter. But I don't like the cold very much. So I would have to say it's probably a tie between like summer and fall. Fall's been winning because I just like the decor of it and the aesthetic of it. But summer is really special because that's like my time. It's like my birthday, my Leo season, everything. So, and that's when people take vacations. That's like the vacation time. But I also like taking vacations in the fall because it's cooler and because there's not a lot of people. So those are my pros and cons for now. Graham says, the complexities of post-production. May I say you are a very articulate and erudite lady. Yes, thank you. I try to be, I think, so the way I speak and the way that I write are kind of different. The way I write is very like kind of poetic and like I use a lot of metaphors. Just because I say those, like, I feel that when I'm describing something, I don't like just saying, oh, I like that thing. Like, I always want to know why. Why do you like something? Or why do you feel a certain way about something? And instead of having another person ask you why, it's just better to be able to articulate how you're feeling or how that, what kind of emotions are being brought up while people, I guess, you know, talk to you and socialize with you, or how I can express myself best in a way that is universal to everybody while using language. So I like layer on a lot of stuff when I when I talk and when I write, but yeah, it's something that I really like to do, so thanks. Level of a dub dub goes. DS Boss, ma'am, your voice is very nice. I love it. Thanks. You should check out my ASMR videos. I have nice whispery tones too. Graham says bronze and copper leaves, very autumnal. Yes, like I'm stealing a couple from my decor behind me, but like I was gonna actually make these into like a wreath, but clearly I haven't done that yet. So right now they're kind of just like, I've sandwiched them to become like, you know, garlands behind me. And they go really well with my decor. Love Dub Dub says, awesome answer. Have you spent many seasons outside of Cali? Yes, I've actually lived in Argentina for 2 years. I lived in Brazil for 2 years. So I've actually experienced South Equator seasons where it's switched. So right now we're getting into fall and winter in North America, and in South America they would be going into summer right now. So I've lived that for 4 years, and then I've also lived for 4 years on the East Coast in New York City. So I've experienced like 19-degree Fahrenheit weather and like my cheeks getting chapped from the wind because the skyscrapers make a huge windy tunnel that is not pleasant. So Level Dub Dub says, social and emotional intelligence is sexy. Yes, I agree. Graham says it certainly is. DS Boss, I always want to say Dr. Boss. DS Boss, can you upload a boot, sub, and worship video? I'm waiting. You can view that on iwantmara.com. I have a lot of those. I have a full clip on somebody doing that. Many full clips, actually. I have a lot of feet clips on there. Also, if you want to link me directly by emailing me what you want, I can give you the downloads direct instead of having to go through the site. What are your favorite juices, by the way? I know it's random, but like, I'm drinking a Jamaica juice today, and it's really nice. Lubba Dub Dub asks, okay, now the question to start a war. PC, Mac or PC? So, I've actually used both all my life. The first computer I've ever used, I believe, oh man, I don't actually remember what it was because it was like a square with like the black screen and the green like pixels. I don't know what that was. I think it was, oh, I don't know. I can't say. And then after that computer obviously got upgraded because that was like my grandfather's, I think, or something. But I used to play games on that all the time. Kind of like Tetris-y games. And then I used Windows 95. So I used PC all from like the first time I've ever used computers all the way into high school. And then in college, I actually used Mac because I went to art school, and it's way easier to design on like Photoshop and animate on After Effects and use like, what are the other ones? Illustrator, InDesign on a Mac. So I learned Mac from university all the way into my jobs, actually, because I was a designer in my jobs as well. And I own a Mac laptop. However, I edit all of my YouTube videos on a PC, so I'm both. Level of a Dub says, I'm a big fan of mango anything. Ooh. Have you had Filipino mangoes? They're the best. Like the raw mango. Level of a Dub says the terminal. Linux probably. Yeah, I gotta ask. I don't think they have that my grandfather has that in his house anymore. I think they got rid of it, unfortunately, because it's so obsolete. But Linux is super complex. Like, I admire anyone who can use Linux or like writes code for it. Because you can modify and create your own apps on Linux, so good for you guys. Carl says, good evening, Miss Mara. I hope you are well. I'm a bit behind in your live, and you've only put your shades on my live. Refresh when you join and it's not up to speed and you're not making sense of like what's happening through the chat. Refresh and it should bring you back up to speed. Graham says, that's a nicely progressive psychedelic soundtrack that you're playing. May I ask who it is? Yes, it's free music. I always have to play free music because I don't want to get copyrighted. But it's this guy here. It's actually a very short song, but I'm just playing it over and over again. Sergei Cheremiskov. Oh man. Cheremiskov. Sounds Russian or Eastern European. Carl says, I think it's because it's paused while I was setting up your payment process, Miss Mara. Oh, yes. Just refresh. Anytime anybody comes into my, stream and it's not up to date and it doesn't make sense what I'm saying live versus the live chat, just hit the refresh button. It should catch up. Wubba Lubba Dub Dub says, I write code. And while Linux is definitely old school, most of the community has adopted Mac as the gold standard. Anyone who uses Linux nowadays is just being pretentious. Well, actually, so I had a friend in art school who is a composer, and her brother is super, super smart, and both of them use Linux. And she uses Linux because she plays a bunch of games like Metroid, and like she loves Samus, and so she'll play like all the games that actually like Linux runs those games best and the quickest, and she always asks her brother to code like modifications for her, and it's so cool that they have like that ability to kind of share that with each other. That's really awesome. He lives in Spain. Well, he lived in Spain the last time I knew of. And she is now in Portland, Oregon. Graham says, jolly good, as we say over here. Oh man, I'm dying to go to London so bad. Or like to the UK, but like London specifically has been on my list for such a long time. Ugh. This COVID is really not helping my case. Carl says, FWW, I wasn't actually requesting anything as it was a nominal tip. I know $5 is your minimum, Miss Mara. I know as well, but I felt like putting on sunglasses, so I did it. And also I know that you participate and you come onto my stream, as often as you can, so I appreciate that. And that's the thing, it's like, I have the set like tip range, but if I like you and I know that you ask good questions and you've tipped previously, I don't mind being generous and giving back. I still have them. Actually, I really like, you can kind of see it here. I just noticed it on stream, but like, it's got an ombre effect as well. These are really cool. And you can see through the acrylic, kind of. The brand is Vera Wang. Graham says, you would love London, I'm sure. Lots to see and do. I stay with a friend whenever I visit. And actually, there's quite a few mistresses that I know over there, so I would love to, like, meet all of them in person. I've already met a couple in person. But, yeah, I would like to see how they do things over there. That's another thing I love about travel is like I get to see how the community does what they do best, like in their style. Wubba Lubba Dub Dub asks, favorite hair color? Blonde, brown, black, red, some kind of custom pink or turquoise. So, I don't know if I have it anymore. If you go to my website, let me know if you find it. One of my very, very first self-portraits as an independent dom was blonde. I definitely have it on my blog spot. I don't know if you can find it, but if you do, and you go to the portrait section, you can see me in platinum blonde. I had like strawberry blonde streaks and then the rest was like platinum. And that was the only time I've ever dyed my hair. My hair was virgin before that, and that was like I was already in my 20s. Like early 20s. And, yeah, I like my dark hair now. It's just, it caused a lot of like scalp damage because my hair is so dark, and I had to like, not just bleach it multiple times, but also tone it and all. It just was super damaging. But if I could, I would honestly do rainbow hair because that's just kind of like my personality. And also, you know, it depends on the mood. Like if I feel spooky for like Halloween season, I would probably do a mixture of like green, blue, purple. If it was Christmas time, probably do like red, orange, yellow, orange. I like gradients, if you couldn't tell. So Graham says, I'm afraid we don't have cream, maple syrup, and pancakes with breakfast. Pity, really. I enjoyed them when I was in the US. I'm not the type to like that very much. I can do crepes, sweet and savory, for breakfast. However, I am more of like a... When I went to Sweden, I really enjoyed their breakfast like layout. They had pastries, if you wanted to go the sweet route, but I didn't really try any. I had scrambled eggs, beans. I love beans for breakfast, and I think British people do that as well. But I had, yeah, scrambled eggs, beans, ham, cheese, slices of cheese. I didn't really eat bread because I don't like toast unless it's like a specific kind that I haven't had before, because it's extra carbs to me that I don't really enjoy in the morning, really. Unless it's like unless I'm craving like an everything bagel, that I'll just go all out with the carbs. But yeah, I like to have, in my Europe tour, what I ate for breakfast is kind of like what I want to have for breakfast every day. And that was, I mean, I didn't have pancakes and cream and stuff like that. I'm finding that I don't like sweet stuff that much anymore. I'm just not into like if I'm going out to a nice dinner, I will have dessert and I will split it with other people, but I never have my own dessert. It's too much. It's too like decadent. I can't. Bleh. No, thank you. I will enjoy an occasional pancake. Say it's like a matcha green tea pancake. Love those. But yeah, I'd have to share it with somebody. Wubba lubba dub. I mean, I really hate blocking people, but it's kind of getting to the point of that. I don't know. Krishna, if you aren't smart enough to go find my website and my links, I don't know if you're smart enough to serve me. Graham says, my Dom friend's daughter has rainbow hair cut in a glam metal style, very fetching. Her mom's hair suffered from dyeing after a while. Hazard of being a goth. Yes, it is. That's why the next time I'm gonna dye my hair is probably when I'm older and I have like all white hair. I used to have a lot of white hairs when I was in 7th grade, but they kind of turned back to black. Here's one. I found one. It's a very silvery white. Ooh, it's a very silvery white, if you guys can see it. But yeah, my mother's side, it's hereditary for them to have like really white hair early on. So like my mom had all white hair when she was already 40. And yeah. Looks cool. It looks really nice. I like that look. Kent says, my first time on a chat of yours. Very pleased to be here from Oakland. Yay! I'm actually visiting San Francisco Bay Area at the end of the month for Thanksgiving. So I'll be up in your parts. Welcome. Goddess Playground says, I've been thinking about actually dyeing my hair salt and pepper. I think it's a really Cruella de Vil kind of vibe. Yes, do it. I've known people to also do like the half head thing where it's like half black hair and half white, or like half pink, half purple, depending on like their personality and their moods, which is kind of cool. Krishna is asking, what is your favorite color, ma'am? I like, currently, gold. If you couldn't tell by my decor, is gold. But my favorite color used to be blue, and then it kind of shifted into other things over time. Graham says, oh, that's very cute. Silver would suit you, ma'am. It'd be like a white, actually. Kind of like Gandalf-y. Although his, I guess, is kind of platinum blonde. Dumbledore? Krishna says, madam, black hair is very nice. Look, like the holy river. Maybe like the river Styx from Greek mythology, where all those souls are going. It's very inky. I don't know. I feel like black hair is the original goth. My hair is long enough that I can like make a scarf out of it. Like that. One of the things I actually really like, and I mentioned this in my personal subs video, is actually having my hair brushed. I really like, I don't have any subs that do that, because in the session, it's all about them. And my focus is on them, unless they're like doing foot stuff, like massaging my feet or massaging my arms or something. But yeah. And I don't like synthetic brushes. I don't like the brushes that have plastic bristles. I actually like real, like boar bristles. That's actually really good for spreading the oils through your hair. And also, there's like a finer real hair. I think it's horsehair. I think they like trimmed really fine horsehair and put it into like vintage brushes. I really like those as well. I know it's a weird thing, but that's kind of what I'm into. Krishna says, blue is wonderful, ma'am. My favorite color is the blue cherry. I don't know what a blue cherry is. Like a raspberry? Blue raspberry is a fake flavor. Unless you mean like a blueberry. Graham says, and very beautiful hair it is. I had long hair for many years until it decided it didn't want to be associated with me anymore. Oh no. Did you try like recovering it? I don't know. There's like different procedures I feel like you could do. I'm gonna move this just a tad. Okay. It's better. But yeah. I also learned how to braid myself. My parents had these long tassels by the front door that I remember. I would just braid them and like figure out how to pleat. And yeah, I learned like really young. I feel like it was like 5 or 7, because 7 is when I actually learned how to cross stitch and sew for the first time. And that was very... See, even when I was a child, I was creative already. I was making things. My mom didn't know how to braid hair very well, so she couldn't teach me, and I learned myself. I also taught myself how to tie my own shoe. Like, I watched her do it one time, and I took like string and I just literally did how I thought it would work in my head, and I did it. I tied my own shoes without her like wrapping her hands around me and being like, okay, now you do the loop, and now you put it through the thing, and now blah, 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 blah. So, which is weird because I don't really like weaving. I feel like weaving is something different. Benny says, nice to see you, Miss Mara. Nice to see you too. Thanks for joining. Graham says, no, a friend of mine tried scalp treatment, a huge waste of money, but the girls loved it when he shaved it entirely. I feel like that's kind of like the go-to. Like if you start receding and you don't like how it looks anymore, like a lot of people just shave. And then if you have facial hair, like no one pays attention to the rest of your head. I mean, only you will feel it because obviously it's yours. And like when it becomes cold, like colder months, you'll definitely remember that you don't have any hair on there. But I don't know. Yeah, I dig bald heads. I even like bald heads on women. I think that's really underrated. I think women should shave their heads more. Like, I really love that look. Like, especially if it's like a really feminine like woman. I think it's super, super hot that she like takes away, because long hair, a friend told me that long hair symbolizes fertility. It symbolizes, you know, a female essence, somebody who's going to be able to give birth or whatever. That's what people think of when they see the long hair, right? Well, I think it's super hot when girls shave their head, because they're literally getting rid of an attribute that is like super female, feminine, and if they're pretty, it just shows the pretty facial features even more, I think, by taking that away. Lubba Dub Dub says, how do you feel about facial hair? I like it. I think if it's groomed and it's not like mountain man beardy, unless you're trying to be a wizard, and you better show me some damn magic if you have that kind of a long ass beard. I also know, oh my God, I know this 7-foot guy who has a beard that he's braided. He braids it sometimes down the middle or sometimes on the sides and the middle. He's a pirate, so I mean, like, yeah, he's ridiculous. But I like it. I think it's, as long as you're, you know, if it's trim or close shaven or like full but like oiled, it's nice. Any good hygiene is nice. Nice practice. It can be very distinguishing? Yeah. Graham says, I trim my hair on grade 1 setting. Nice and simple, just like me. Aww. Yeah. Do you have facial? Who has facial hair in this chat? I want to know. Goddess Playground, bold and beautiful. Yes, I agree. Graham says, the progressive U.S. politician Ayanna Pressley has a shaved head. Very pretty. Man, I don't follow politics unless it was the voting thing for presidency. So give me a second while I pull her up because I need to see this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, love it. Love it. Goddess Playground says, I went down to a finger wavelength 4 years ago. I must say, I miss just getting up and going, lol. Honestly, I never comb my hair. I think that's why if you see me live stream, my past live streams, and I'm going like this, it's because I'm actually finger combing my own hair because I don't brush my hair. I literally wake up and do this. Like, yeah, I don't do anything to it. Oh, Wubba Lubba Dub Dub has facial hair. Now, what kind of facial hair do you have? Do you have a mustache? Do you have a beard? How is it full? Do you have a goatee? Sideburns? Graham says, I have a short beard, grade 1. Oh, okay, so you're talking about your beard and not your hair. I guess, are you bald? I know, that's a terrible, like, description. Do you have a lack of hair on your head? I don't know how else to say it. Kent says, no facial hair. Yeah, clean shaven was, like, my favorite, like, for a long time, but I'm kind of all-inclusive now. I don't like goatees. It's really, really tough for me to like goatees because most of it ends up looking a little sleazy. However, if you have like the Doctor Strange look, or who's the guy in Batman? Oh man. The guy with Ra's al Ghul or something? Yeah, if you've got that going on, then I like it. Ra's al Ghul. He kind of looks like a count. Wubba lubba dub dub. Big full blonde beard. I take pride in keeping it groomed. Good. Do you make your own oils? I've known people who have, or do you use like a specific oil brand thing? Do you like condition it? I've known people to like have a brush and they actually like brush it. So, Graham says, yes, balding now, so I trim my head and my face. Cool. Good maintenance. Ken says, I'm getting waxed tomorrow. Hope that didn't take the hair chat too far afield. Where are you getting waxed? Everywhere? And do you do that regularly because you like to be super smooth? I'm curious. This is really interesting to me. Male maintenance. Ken says, yes, regular. Huh, cool. So, do you get waxed everywhere? Like literally everywhere? Like armpits, below the belt, legs, chest? I don't know where else you get waxed. Oh, he says, I get ears, nose, and below the belt. Okay. Regular. Huh. Interesting. Graham says, although I shave, if I'm spending time with a lady who doesn't care for beards. All right. Wait, but then if you have a long-term relationship with her, you have to keep shaving then, right? Is it worth it? Ambrose, hello. Says hi. Hello. Oh, I like that name, Ambrose. Ambrose. Reminds me of like ambrosia or like an amber rose. We're talking about hair if you just joined. And like colors and conditioning and facial hair, getting waxed. Some people are getting waxed. It's fascinating to me. All right. Do you guys see, okay, I just did an action. Do you guys see the action that I just did? I hit a user. Graham says, oh, it's worth it if I'm with a partner who likes me to be her maid. Oh, so you're into dressing up? ZZ, hi. Hello. Nice to meet you all. Kent has a winky face. I think that's a yes then to my question. ZZ. Do an episode. I would love to, but unfortunately that video would probably not be able to be viewable by everybody, and I'm trying to gear my channel to be more accessible to everybody else instead of always being age restricted. Unfortunately, I think that even though I'm not showing anything explicit, like the context of my videos is sometimes too much apparently, so it gets flagged. But I'm pretty sure other people have posted stuff about that. I would recommend my clip store, iwantmara.com, because that has awesome CBT content. Because it's one of my favorite things to do. So, highly recommend. Graham says, indeed, ma'am. Okay. What are you all drinking this evening? I'm actually not drinking any alcohol for like the first time. Maybe the second time on stream. Oh, I'm so in love with these chairs that I just picked up today. I kind of want to show you guys because you've been on my stream, and like I kind of just want to treat you guys because you are here and give you like a sneak peek. Wubba Lubba Dub Dub says red wine. Ooh, what kind of red wine? I love Cabernets and Bordeaux's because I'm fancy. Oh my gosh, what did I get recently? Oh, yeah. Ken says IPA beer. Huh. Wubba Lubba Dub Dub says Cabernet, of course. Also a huge fan of Malbec. I like Syrahs and I like blends. So anything mixed with a Cabernet, Malbec's good, Syrahs, and Bordeaux's. Man, now I feel like I should be joining you guys. Wait, let's take a trip to my kitchen and see. Wait, is my kitchen clean? I don't know if it's clean. Let's walk. This is kind of what I wanted to do previously. ZZ, if you look at my iwantmara.com, you will see that I have collaborated with her already. All right, so yesterday, or was it the day before, I drank this Sauvignon Blanc, which I got this because of the bottle. The bottle looked cool, and I'm keeping it. So let's see what I have here. Let me flip it. So says, woohoo, Miss Mara home tour. So I've got like vermouth amaros. So these are made for like, these are for like cocktails. I did Manhattan with that. I've got Aperol, Absolute, Jameson. Let's see. Triple sec. Ooh, Kent says I like Old Forester. Very nice. Hey, look, it's an infusion that we've done, or I've done with elderflower flowers. Love elderflower. That's vodka. Let's see. I've got moonshine, Angelico, Aperol, another infusion, bitters. Yeah. And then I have some more actually under my desk, under the PC. But I don't know if I want to go that crazy today. So I may just do probably some Jameson or some Maker's Mark. Ooh, I don't know. Which one should I do? Jameson, Maker's Mark. Ooh, I also have this one that's really good. The Plantation Rum. Highly recommend, from Jamaica, Barbados, and Trinidad. Makers sold. I just needed to hear that. All right, let's see if I could do this gracefully. Oh man. Manhattan with Makers. I'm gonna have to have somebody else make that for me. So let's see. How do I do this without messing the camera up? Oh, this is why I need my tripod with me. Hold on. There. Okay. Do that. Slide the glass over. Give it a little pour. That looks good to me. Put this back on top. Slide that over. Take my cup. And we're gonna go back to the living room. Now I'm comfortable enough to actually like show my my home because, man, it was really bad before. All right. And voila! Cheers everyone who's on my channel. Thanks for stopping by today. As always, I always love chatting with you guys. Graham says non-alcoholic puff soda. I'm on a budget at the moment. Awesome. Well, cheers to you also. Blood Beloved Dub Dub says cheers. Graham says, have you ever tried mead? Made with honey, very soothing for the throat. Last time I drank a bottle of rum, it was an all-night party with my biker friends. Fun. Yes, I actually have a sub who's a home brewer and is a certified mead judge. So he has made mead previously, and since it's getting cooler outside, he wanted to make more mead since I have different honeys on my pantry. He wanted to make mead with that, but who knows? Haven't had it in a while though. Kent says cheers. Kent is asking, do you do sessions these days or waiting until COVID is over? I'm doing sessions. I session every week. However, I only do it with a select few who have been taking precautions and who are my regulars who I trust, especially if they've like given me test results and said like, hey, I've taken the test and I'm negative. I have a session tomorrow actually, 2 hours, so. What Beloved Dub Dub says, my friend used to make a bunch of mead in our cabinet, little super low entry barrier for mead. You can get pretty creative. Yes, so the mead that my sub made, his first mead, was actually made with like this gallon of honey from a beekeeper that is in maybe like a few, like 10 miles away. No, not even 10, like 5 to 7 miles away from where I am, in the San Fernando Valley. And what he does is he takes a trailer of 5 of his hives. He built like these, beehives, and he just puts them in a lot, like an empty, like vacant lot, where he knows there's good pollination or like good weeds, and leave the bees there for a week so that they can feed on the local, vegetation and floral, flower environment. And then when the week is over, he'll come back and pick all of them up, keep the beehives in his backyard, and they start making the honeycombs, and then he harvests them when they're ready. And he invited us to his home. His entire house is full of like boxes of gallons of honey, and it's awesome. And his prices are like local prices. Like that 1 gallon was like $35, and it was really good. He let us try a bunch of honey. Like I was on a sugar high because he just kept dipping popsicle sticks. He's like, which one would you want? I got this one. This is like, I think like meadow foam or something tastes like marshmallows. Like the honey actually tastes like marshmallows. So it's really cool. And I love that mead can like obviously ferment and derive essences from all of that. Like that's really cool. Ken says, cool, thanks, was curious. Yes, I will be sessioning in San Francisco actually the evening of the 28th and the morning of the 29th. And I know it's a tricky weekend because it is Thanksgiving weekend, but I already have bookings. I do have a couple more slots that I could squeeze in there, but I'm also trying to film a secret project while I'm up there, so because I have a really cool location. So Graham says, splendid. I know a chap who brewed homemade mead with hemp. An interesting concoction. Yeah, hemp is, you got to be delicate with that because hemp is can be very strong. I think like the smell already, the aroma gives a huge punch to the flavors. So you really have to like balance it out if that's something that you enjoy. I honestly don't necessarily like the taste. But I'm open to trying, I guess, batches that have been, you know, artisanally designed to incorporate other flavors. Graham says, when I say interesting, I mean that I talked to a tree for an hour. Later, we were convinced there was a dragon in the sky. Entertaining evening. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, so it's one of those. The thing that happened to me was with a white chocolate that's infused with orange from Oregon. And I tell you, I was like, I didn't have any like hallucinogenic experiences, but I felt out of body, and then I got the munchies really, really, really hard. I fell asleep on the train. I was taking a train to Little Tokyo, and then when I got there, I was so hungry. I ate like at all my favorite places. I just got one thing from every place. Then I took the train back because obviously I wanted to be, you know, I wanted to be safe and not drive or be around people who were also incapacitated. And yeah. I fell asleep on the train back too, so that's that. Lubba Lubba Dub Dub asks, do you have any plans to travel out east at all? I recently moved out to Denver. Oh man, I was in Denver twice last year. I think, yes, you can see my Cocoon making of video, the behind the scenes one. I show you my my trip there, and I actually stopped by Utah and did hot springs there. You should check out the hot springs if you have the opportunity. Oh, damn it. No, wait. Duh, COVID. Oh, COVID is messing everything up. Yeah, they have a lot of awesome hot springs out there, from like really rugged to really natural. And I would love to go back to some of those. I also went there. So I went there last year for two things. One, for a concert at Red Rocks, which was so amazing. That was my first time at Red Rocks. Actually, it was my first time in Denver ever. And then I went back a couple months later for a festival, music festival. So, yeah. Ken says, this is something to think about. Do I get to go to the Bay Area often? Yes. As I mentioned previously, I don't know if you were here for my stream in the beginning. My family, I was actually born in San Francisco, so my family is still there. And I go there I used to before COVID, go there every 3 to 4 months. So I'm up there pretty often. I used to session in the East Bay as well, but I feel like most of my clientele is in San Francisco, so. Graham said, Lubba Lubba Dub Dub says, Red Rocks is so incredible. Who did you see? I've seen Spangle there quite a few times. I was there for their last and final, that was my only Spangle event, but I saw their last one, and it was like over 70,000 people, over 10,000 people that were there. Tipper opened as well as Closey. Oh my God, it was so good. It was so good. So good. I'm so happy you know them. Yeah. They're coming out with a new album. They're working on their 7th one, I believe. Graham says, very good. Psychedelic chocolate. Reminds me of the Stonehenge Festival in the 80s. I thought Denver was a very pleasant place. I visited Red Rocks and Utah on the same trip. Yeah, that's what I did. Well, beloved Dub Dub says, that was such an amazing show. Dude, oh my God. I went for both nights. The first night was a Friday, and I think they had some technical difficulties because even Simon wrote that on his Facebook and was like, I wasn't very happy with a couple things. And then like one of the artists also started one of the sections wrong, but it was still amazing, of course. And then the second night, they brought out they didn't hold back. They brought out like giant floating astronauts and that had the 6 eyes. Oh my God, it was so good. I bought a poster from there too. So, UF, PvP. I like the PvP. It's like pew pew pew. Says Love Mistress. Hello. I haven't even drinking a lot of this, and I'm still weird. Okay. Well Beloved Dove Dove said, I loved the group picture at the end. Oh my God, yes. And the message that they wrote, oh, it was so heartwarming and wholesome. Like, I almost cried. I was like, it was so good. I just love that everybody was there for it too. Like, they got all the singers. I never knew what the singers looked like, and now I actually have like a visual of them. And then there's this one chick who dances for them all the time, and I see her at other festivals as well, so that was really cool. Well Beloved Dub Dub says, did you hang out at the Upper South lot at all? Is that at the venue? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like if I don't know, then probably not. South lot. Red Rocks. Maybe? Was it where the... Because there was a long-ass line to get in there. Is that what you're talking about? I took photos in that Cocoon behind-the-scenes video if you want to see it. I can actually plug my phone in. But yeah, I had an awesome outfit too. I planned my outfits for that. That trip was actually when I filmed Cocoon, my short film, and I was in Denver for the whole week, actually. Well Beloved Dub Dub says, the Upper South lot is full of hippies, and they just have people walking around asking if you want mushrooms or Molly or pretty much anything, and it's just a giant pre-party. Oh, then no, because by the time I got there, like, oh, we took I don't know if this was like stupid or not, but we took an Uber in. So the line was just terrible. Even though we were like 45 minutes before the doors opened, that was the worst time because everybody else thought of going there at the same time. And so when I went, we were stuck in traffic, but it was cool. We got to talk with everybody in the car because we all carpooled. And then when we were in line, everybody was just like chatting in their amazing outfits, like super colorful, talking about hair, super colorful hair, or like, you know, I wore a sequence gown. It was a goddess attire. So, well Beloved Dub Dub says, very, very fun. Graham says, a friend of mine from Maine used to be a road crew technician and worked for innumerable bands all over the US and worldwide. I'm sure he did Red Rocks a few times. I met somebody here in LA at a local drum and bass community party. It's a free party every Sunday. Well, it used to be every Sunday. And well, actually it's like bass music. It's not just drum and bass. It's heavily featuring drum and bass and also other experimental bass music. But he was also a technician, audio technician, and gets to travel and do stuff for like Yeti. I don't know if you guys know who Yeti is. He's kind of more, he's a young kid with like glasses. He looks like kind of Bill Gates when he was younger. And really chill guy. I saw him at Sonic Bloom last year, also in Denver. So yeah, he gets to travel and listen to music, get not front row, but like awesome view because he has to see the stage for visual cues and stuff like that. So I think that's an awesome job. And obviously it pays pretty well. Like, not everybody can do that job, and to do it well and be connected in that group, they're going to call you back every single time, you know? So that's pretty cool. But yeah. Graham says, fun guys can make you a real fun guy. Ahem. I had a bass guitar phase in my teens, although I wanted to be Lemmy from Motorhead. I actually like bass players. I like them more than the lead guitarist. I think I have respect for all of them, obviously. Like, if you could shred on the guitar, it's like awesome. But I really like bass players because they got more guitar to handle, and also they're super important. Like, songs don't sound the same without that extra deeper tone in there, if you know what I mean. So really like bass players. Also, if you guys know the band Dance, DNCE, the bass player's a chick. Well, she's an Asian chick, but she's, yeah, been playing with them for years now, which is really cool. She's really young too. Or maybe she just looks young because she's Asian, I don't know. Ken says, I need to chalk out, man. Very glad I stopped by. We'll keep an eye on your travel schedule. Winky face. Yes. I would probably be more available on the morning of the 29th, which is the Saturday. But yeah, check out. If you are able to schedule with me, I have a really, really nice, like, hotel. So, and hotels are really affordable right now because of COVID. So it will be a treat if you reserve with me, even if it's for an hour. Like, an hour goes by fast, as you can tell. So Ken says, cool night now. But yeah, have a lovely evening and thanks for stopping by. Well, beloved Dub Dub says, same here. Super fun hanging out with you. I have a huge smile on my face knowing you're into schmongle. If you're ever in Denver anytime soon, I'm happy to session. Oh, yay! I'm so happy. I'm definitely going back because I have connections there. And also the music scene is just like fantastic. Another place that I went to was the Black Box. So Black Box was awesome. They feature like up and coming local artists, electronic like DJs and stuff like that. And then also the night that I went, they actually had a guy from Croatia that they were featuring, so, like a DJ from Croatia. And that was really cool. It's always good to hear like other DJs from other countries and stuff like that. That's awesome. Wait, trying to stay PG. What are you into, Wubba Lubba Dub Dub? I'm curious. And also, you said you recently moved there. From where? Did you say? Graham says, I remember musicians playing in the street in Denver. Cool. Yeah, when I was there, I also went to like rooftop bars. There's a lot of like rooftop and open, like open design, open ambiance restaurants. So what I'm speaking about in specific was like I went to brunch and there was an indoor part and then it connected to another indoor part. Both of them had bars and they had garage doors and that opened up to eating outdoors, and they had like this kind of art garden happening, which is pretty cool. And then another one was like 3 stories. It looked like a loft that was transformed into like different sections of the same restaurant, or like partners of the restaurant. And the top one was had like 3 different bars. And then 3 different food areas and an outside seating area. They're really into outside seating as well, which I really like. And then also music pouring out into the street because people are outside. Bubble of a Dub Dub says, I'm into feet. Been to a few foot nights in LA when I lived out there. Oh, yay! I won Ice Queen and Ice Princess Most Intriguing Model of the Year earlier this year for Fit Night. So, yay! When did you move to Denver? Graham says, the Rockies made a lovely backdrop. That venue sounds similar to the one we went to. Ooh, nice. Yeah. I really like Denver. And they had really good food, too. Like, the first night I went there, ooh, what was it? It was in downtown that I went. And I can remember it because it was like, oh, it was so decadent. It had like duck pate with like a maple bacon something on top of it. It was so rich, but it was so delicious. Level of a Dub Dub says, congrats, I can see why you won. Yeah. Well, I'm not always this like smiley and like friendly. I'm always like mysterious and like, oh, so you like feet? What about feet do you like? Kind of thing while I'm there. Also, it's really dark, so it's kind of tough to see people. But yeah. Well, beloved Dub Dub says, I moved very recently, about a month ago. 16th Street Mall in Denver is the place to visit whenever you're in town. Huh. Is there a particular reason? Let's see, 16th Street Mall. Ooh. Wait, I think this is where I was. Yeah, I think I didn't go inside, but I definitely had... Wait, because is it a strip or is it like an actual building that's kind of like dedicated to transit as well? It's kind of ambiguous. Wubba Dub Sub says, also Pearl Street if you're ever in Boulder. It's a strip, both are. Oh, okay, yeah. So I think I was there because I remember seeing those buildings and it was off of one of the main streets. Oh man, what place was it? I can look for it. We can keep talking and I can look for it. Multitask, because I saved it on Yelp. Graham says the discussion about food is making me hungry. Could be time for a snack. Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't know why, but sometimes I like to watch like how people make. I love watching how food is made, and YouTube is like, oh, a whole rabbit hole full of like how people make food. And like sometimes when I'm in bed and I'm like this and I'm like I click something to watch, it's always about food, and I'm like, why do I do this to myself? Every time before I go to bed, I'm always hungry because I'm watching these delicious things being made as I'm going to bed. I don't know why I do it. Okay, so Lulu says, hi dear, hello. Lulu B. Lulu bye? Lullaby. I'm gonna call you Lulu. All right. Denver. It wasn't acorn. My collections. Was it in... Maybe it was in bar. I have so many... I have so many, Ugh. I have so many bookmarks. Denver. Restaurants. All right. Wubba Dub Dub says, just a bunch of street performers, music, cool people. Binging with Babish, yes. I'm not subscribed, but I watch a lot of his stuff. Oh yes, okay. It was work in class. If you haven't been there, oh, it was in 5 Points. That's where I was. Work and class. Really, really, really delicious. That was my first meal in Denver. Yeah, I think it's really cool that Binging with Babish does like his renditions of classic food and then stuff from actual like movies and TV shows. Like I really loved his Lord of the Rings. Was it 5 million view celebration or something? That was pretty epic. Graham says, my Jamaican chum says she enjoys watching men eat, and she's excellent at Caribbean cuisine. A perfect combination. Yeah, so you just get to have food made for you, and she just gets to watch you. What a hard life. What Beloved Dub Dub says, 5 Points is basically the same area as 16th Street Mall, just Lodo in general is such a cool place. Yeah. But I recommend work and class when they are open again. They're #1 for Denver, and then if you search restaurants on Yelp. So very easy to find. And then the brunch place that I said had the garage doors opening, that was called Root Down, like tree roots, and then the word down. Graham says it's an ideal arrangement. I think it would be for anybody. I mean, I fantasize about having a private chef cook for me every night and watch me eat it in bliss. Lubba Lubba Dub Dub says, deal, I'll check it out. Wait, where did you live when you were in LA? I'm in the San Fernando Valley area. I'm in the valley. Oh, man. I can't believe the valley talk is a real thing. I thought it was only in movies like Clueless. Carl says, because you watch food before your bedtime, does that mean you dream about food, Miss Mara? No, I don't actually. I rarely dream about food. I'm always traveling in my dreams. I like go from different place to place. And then sometimes I have flying dreams. I really like the flying dreams. A lot of people are scared of flying, but I love it. And I fly without like an airplane. Like I'm literally just flying in the air. Graham says she's a great fan of chicken and white meat in general. Luckily for me. Man, fried chicken is my jam. I also like dark meat. So like if I have to eat turkey, especially like for Thanksgiving that's coming up, I really like dark meat. Bubble of a Dub Dub says I lived in Santa Monica and Manhattan for a while, then traveled around in a van for a year. So pretty much everywhere. Kind of avoided the east side though. Yeah. Did you build your own van? Like, and did you have a shower in it or like something that could attach? Yeah, I thought about the van life too. A lot of artists that I follow online, actually on YouTube, have streamed like their process of making their own vans, which is pretty cool. Bubble of a Dub Dub said, I did. Yeah, I had a whole kitchen and bed / couch setup. Cool. Did you have like storage under your bed too? Usually people put the storage under there and then they'll have like a kitchen area with some cabinets, a nice stainless steel sink, interior lighting. Where did you go when you were in the van? Bubble of a Dub Dub says, yep, absolutely. Really got to make use of every bit of room you have. That's the main challenge. I think it's so cool that everybody has, like, you all start out with the same, like, van shape, but everybody has such a different design style for every single, you know, van. But it has the same thing, like all the essentials, like the bed, the storage, the kitchen, the shower, heating, ventilation. That's really cool. Also, why did you move to Denver? Graham says wild boar is tasty as long as the boar doesn't mind, of course. I really like, so for pig, I know pig is not the same as boar, but because I'm Filipino, I love lechon. So the whole pig roasted for hours with like a crispy skin or a fried skin shell and juicy meat. It's kind of similar to like how Hawaiians do the luau's, where they actually cook the pig underground and stuff like that. And it just makes it so much more tender with the smoky aroma and flavors. For wild animals and wild game, I'm really a fan of, I think one of my other favorite ones is lamb too. I love lamb. But for wild, elk is pretty good. I really like elk. It's not too gamey. It tastes like steak, but there's something else about it. And it could be juicy too, depending on how somebody has prepared and cooked it. Carl says, when I mentioned FWW prior, it means for what it's worth. Got it. Thank you. Well, beloved Dub Dub said, insulation is one of the hardest things to get right. I had to completely strip it down once I started traveling around again. I traveled out to Arizona, then up to Oregon once. COVID hit and realized, oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, insulation is something that I think that takes like a third of the build of the van life. Or build of the van, because you have to, like you mentioned, strip everything and then also just like cut custom like foam and the insulation materials for each panel, and then you have to build actual panels to keep those in place and just to make it nice inside. So it's a lot of work. Did you do it by yourself? There's little lychees on the bottom. So technically I'm kind of snacking still, or snacking as well. Graham says, lovely. Boar can be dangerous, though. A German friend has a scary story about her grandma and a boar. I loved Arizona. such a two completely different sentences put together in the same post. Yeah, I think hunting wild boar is something that kind of you have to do in like a pack, because they'll charge and they have pretty aggressive like temperament. So yeah, be careful out there if you're hunting. Also, like, I have mixed feelings about hunting because obviously I eat meat and I honor the food that I eat. Like, I don't waste it. During this pandemic thing, I started making my own chicken stock and it's super delicious. I'm never going back to store-bought. But, like, I think hunting, if you're going to eat the animal and like use all of its parts and honor it that way, is good. I don't think that hunting for sport and just for killing animals is okay. Like, they did that a lot in Japan with dolphins. Like, they don't even eat the animal and like the ocean or the seas turned red. And I think that's so cruel. Like, dolphins are some of the most fun-loving and smart animals in the world, and for them to do that, it's like, no. But yeah, not to get all political on that, but you know, that's kind of what came into mind, and so I felt like I should say something. Honor the hunt if you're going to do it. Honor the animal. Lulu asks, I have a question. Why are women's feet attractive for men? What is the difference between men's feet and women's feet and men's feet? So, for one, the size. Women's feet are smaller. They're either smaller or proportional to a woman in general. They have, like a woman's body, more curves. Everything is smaller and, you know, kind of compressed. Dainty, if you will. The arches are very high, can be very high. They look really good in high heels, kind of like a doll, and dolls are very aesthetic. I mean, men's feet just look utilitarian. Some of them have hair on them, which people may not find attractive. So, also, they smell differently. Women don't have the same body odor as men do. And I think pheromones come out of women's, like, feet in a different way. Like, my left foot has very strong pheromones, and it's not stink. It's like actual pheromones that really draw my male fans. So those are some of the things in the top of my head. If you guys in the chat know of any other reasons that you can post, go for it. I welcome it, especially if you are into feet as well. Graham says, I agree. Whale fighting in the Faroe Islands north of Scotland is a grim business. Yeah. Or like people who like shoot wolves because they think they're like dangerous, unless the wolf is actually encroaching on your property. Like, if any animal encroaches on your property, then it's a different story. If they're gonna attack somebody, it's a different story. But if they're just like living their wild life, like, let them live their wild life, you know? They have a right to be here on the earth as well. Carl says, for what it's worth, I watch your live streams, then I rewatch them afterwards, reading all the comments, Miss Mara. Yay! Also, you may miss some things in the beginning because some people don't attend until like an hour or two later, and or some people can't stay the whole time. So rewatching that, I also rewatch these live streams because I react and talk very quickly after reading your comments. And so it's good to kind of like go back for myself and just reflect on like what I've said and how I can improve like either my articulation on things or learn about certain things that you guys have mentioned to me. Or yeah, just to enjoy the company of like how I speak with you guys. So, yay! Amy White says hello from Scotland. Hi! Welcome to the live stream. Graham says, mental note, shave feet if visiting Miss Mara. I didn't say I found hairy feet to be unappealing. I'm just saying for other people and for women, they might not like hair there. Lulu says yes. Ting. Wubba Lubba Dub Dub says, good night, Miss Mara. You're a beautiful conversationalist. Always a fun time. Excited to meet up soon. Yay! Thanks for stopping by. I hope you can join in. I've been doing these live streams weekly, mostly on Sundays because I use Saturday as a way to connect with people through premieres of my videos. So live streams usually tend to be more popular on Sundays for some reason anyway. But yeah, I hope to see you again soon. Have a good evening. Amy says, happy to join your live. What is the topic of conversation? It's bounced a lot. So we went from like music and living in or visiting Denver to recently why women's feet are more attractive than men's feet, to hunting for food rather than sport. So it's all over the place. You're welcome to start a conversation as well, as long as it's vanilla and respectful and we all kind of just join in and talk about things. Graham says, I met 2 wolves in Lead near Deadwood. Beautiful creatures. The female came from a theatrical family. Her grandma was in Dances with Wolves and her grandma in Disney's White Fang movie. That's so cool. I love wolves. If I was going to have a pet like dog, I would like for it to be part wolf, because I was really into huskies for a really long time. Balto, the movie, animated movie, might have had something to do with it. I don't know, but I've also seen the Balto dog in New York, so yeah, they're just like fierce and loyal, but can also be alone, like lone wolfy. And then I don't know, I'm also a very big cat person. I don't know, I love animals in general. Like, I think it's beautiful that we get to experience them on this earth. I'm a huge nature fanatic, if you haven't guessed from my photography and short films. So that's really cool though that she was featured on film. That's like immortalizing. So very cool. Oh no. All right. Actually, how is the season change in Europe, like where you are in England and in Scotland? Do you guys have changing like colors of the leaves? Does it get foggier than normal? I don't know. I haven't been yet, so I'm a little inexperienced. During this time of year, I mean. Amy says, I agree with women's feet are more attractive than guys for sure. I'm a fetish cross-dresser and can say with confidence that I can walk in high heels better than most females. I give you that. Like, there's so many entertainers here in Los Angeles that can high kick and twirl around and do splits in heels, and it's super impressive. One in particular I saw, was it last year? He wore lingerie. He was portrayed as a he, so I'm gonna say he, but had a bedazzled, like, Swarovski rhinestone lingerie set, bra, panties, garter belt, thigh highs, blazer, I think. Not sure if he had a top hat and a cane, but kind of that aesthetic. And his high kick literally almost touched his face in heels. It was so impressive. I think it was burlesque. But yeah. Graham says, oh yes, the leaves are brown and copper at present. We've had quite a bit of mist recently and rain, as you would expect in Britain. But I kind of, you know, the mist is a little different than, like, I'm from San Francisco and it's fog city. Like, it is known to be caked and covered with layers and layers of what looks like, you know, fog, or as some people say, like a rice cooker, because there's Asian suburbs there. But the temperature is pretty much always the same, and there's only a few trees that really experience the whole turning of colors, changing of leaves. And so, yeah, I wouldn't say that it's very akin to having visual seasons as other parts of the world. So, or at least like the East Coast here in the US. Amy says, are you sure it's fog and not smoke from herb? Lol. That's a good one, yeah. It might be. It might just be masked within that. How cool would it be, though, if everybody was just, like, calm all the time from that? Just the layer of, like, serenity just going through the hills. They're Northern California and Portland. But yeah. Are you born and raised in Scotland, Amy? Graham says, my Dom pal always complimented me on my ability to walk in heels. Well, we have so many talented heel walkers today. I can probably say that I'm not great. I'm versed because I kind of have to be, but not great in heels. But I can run in them if I need to. Or dance in them. I can, you know, dance enough in them. Amy says, birds wouldn't be able to fly. They would just drop to the ground and chill. So true. They would, like, wobble with their wings because they wouldn't know what to do with the wings. Amy says, yes, I'm born and bred in Scotland. Nice. I've yet to visit. It's on my list. I've also gotten requests for Ireland, like Dublin. Graham says, I'm sure that mistress is being modest. I'm also out of practice because of COVID. Carl says, it certainly gets more depressing in the east of England. Sad equals seasonal affective disorder. I feel like it's kind of similar to how it is on the East Coast here in the US. Like, once daylight saving times hits, it means that the days get shorter and like the nights are darker quicker. And so even though like I started streaming at like 7:30, it was already dark by like 6:30. And because of that, a lot of people live in the night, and it makes them, and because winter is cold, like it makes them not appreciate that season at all. They're just very angry people. Carlo says, do doms feel free to kick guys in the balls? If we have their consent to, yes. At least good doms do. People worthy of being called a dom. Graham says, I've been through Dublin, but didn't stop. Looked attractive, though. Yeah, I've had a couple of requests over the last 2 years or so of people asking if I was going to be visiting there, and I was like, I will. I don't know when, but I will visit in the future. Amy says, daylight savings time, is that when the clocks go back here in UK? It's so, I don't know if I'm for it or against it. Like, I used to be for it because obviously during the fall you get an extra hour because you fall back, and in the spring you lose an hour and you spring forward, but at least the daylight lasts longer. But now it just messes up with my schedule. Like, I still wake up even though it's been daylight savings time already. I still am waking up at like 6 a.m. here instead of 7, which is when I usually wake up. Carlo, if you go to iwantmara.com, I have video clips that you can purchase that feature CBT and busting. Carl says, is the saying the coldest winter I've ever experienced was the summer in San Francisco? No, I don't think that's true. I think actually, because San Francisco has what they also call Indian summer. And so during September and October, after, you know, the hot summer, they'll actually have an even warmer couple of months afterwards that linger. And so it can get up to like 80s and 90s in San Francisco. So, and winter in San Francisco is like 39, and I'm saying in Fahrenheit, yeah, for everybody, because US wants to be that kind of country that has different measurements than everybody else in the world. So, yeah. Ooh, I'm down to the last. Amy is asking, what is your profession, Miss Mara? I don't mean to be ignorant. I'm a newbie. I am a professional dominatrix, full-time, and artist. I'm just gonna include artist in there. If you have time to watch my videos or subscribe to them, like I did all of the decor in my house, and I'm doing all the editing. I do short films, femdom short films that I direct and feature myself in, and then I also do travel vlogs as of late, and also DIYs. Graham says, yep, we can relate to that. It's dark at 5 p.m. here at this time of year, although it's been quite a mild autumn. Yeah, it was like cold for a couple of days this past week, but now it's actually back up to mid 80s Fahrenheit. So, yeah. Oh man, it's been over 2 hours already. Very nice. All right, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, but you can look at my decor and listen to the music until then. And I'm back. Steve asks, what's your favorite kink? Bondage with rope. Because you can do a lot of different things with that. Amy says, Graham, where in the UK are you, bruh? Graham says, my friend Kath was a full-time dom in the 90s. My Jamaican chum Karen is a part-time mistress in London. Very nice. Yeah, the doms that I know are mainly in London, but I do know a couple in Birmingham. Steve asks, how long have you been in the lifestyle? I started professionally and lifestyle at the same time, actually. August of 2013. So over 7 years. Consistently. Graham says, hey Amy, I'm in Derbyshire in the North Midlands. Amy says, you're the most chilled mistress I've seen online. Most of them are angry and shout, lol. Yeah, you should subscribe to my channel. I have very entertaining videos and also streams. I have like hours worth of live streams. And I typically live stream like, I've been doing it every week so far. Since after I've renovated my home. And yeah. I like to be that friendly dom. Also, just in case, since you joined late, I'm looking down at my computer to view your comments before I respond to the camera because it's very, I don't know if you've seen how quickly these comments go by, but they go by really too fast to almost read sometimes. Amy says, Graham, good to have a fellow dude from the UK. I want to go to the UK. Take me there. Take me with you. Steve, as a male sub, I find it hard to find a dom. Do you see that in the lifestyle? No, I don't actually. I feel like there's a lot of people who call themselves doms, but are quite inexperienced in my eyes. But that's just because I've been doing it for a very long time and practice it, you know, weekly, professionally. And then, you know, I live it 24/7 as well. So I don't know. I think it also might be like where you're looking. It's going to be hard to find, you know, people to connect with now because of the pandemic. But I think, you know, there's quite a lot of DOMs actually from city to city that I've seen. So yeah. What do you fetish? Amy, I'm a closet fetish crossdresser. I love bondage as much as dressing up. I do a lot of self bondage. Cool. With rope? Graham says you have a sparkling personality, mistress. A wonderful hostess. Nice one, Amy. UK solidarity. Oh, I wouldn't call it solidarity. I mean, I guess maybe now that it's the pandemic, but I would call it representation. UK represent. Although I have quite a few like UK viewers on my channel actually. In my analytics it says that. Like it's US is obviously the most viewed. And then UK. UK switches with Germany though. So there's a lot of German lurkers out there. Amy says you say bondage. Funny. I have to change a couple words because I don't want it to get flagged on this channel in order for it to stay public without being age restricted. So unfortunately, the context of my line of work is very edgy for some people, so I have to be a little careful. Like, I'm still trying to figure out a way. Maybe I could say fetish. No, fetish? Fetis. Fetish? I don't know, make it sound more French so it doesn't sound like English. Amy says, very clever. I have to be, otherwise, I don't know. It's not great. I had to learn the hard way, actually, so unfortunately. But yeah, like somebody was asking me about prawn earlier. If you use this enough, you can kind of guess what I'm talking about. And I thought that I was saying it wrong. I was like, no. How am I able to say other intelligent things and then mess that up? Graham says, ah, we see, very discreet. Yeah, certain words they don't like, so. Maybe instead of fetiches, I should say interests. That's so broad though. Like, what are your interests in what? Amy says, are you a latex or PVC mistress? Of course, the latex looks better, I think, real latex, but I prefer wearing PVC because I can move around more in it because I'm a pretty active dom, and it won't necessarily tear as delicately. Like the material of latex, depending on how thick it is, can be extremely easy to tear or destroy. Like, it's insane. So, and also PVC is easier to put on and you can wash it in a way Like, latex takes so much care and preparation and lube. So, yeah, it looks great, but is it worth the whole trouble? And also it gets, I mean, both of them are pretty sweaty, but latex just doesn't breathe at all. Lulu, I think the word mistress don't have a good meaning, so I use goddess. Yes, goddess is better because I understand what you mean about mistress, because a lot of people can also think of mistresses as like the other woman, because technically we kind of delve into that gray area. However, I think it's more of a sign of respect, because like if you think about old school, like you would call like the dean of a school like the headmistress, or like the head of a household the mistress of the estate or something. And so I think it comes more from like that, and I see it more as that kind of description. And for goddess, I accept that as well, but I accept that in a more of a spiritual term, because I do a lot more like energy work and like hypnosis. So I use it for that. Hello, Mark Scott. Amy says, I agree. PVC is my favorite material. Graham, talcum powder can be an issue when wearing latex. I had a few PVC items in years gone by. Yeah, I mean, the powder I only use for like storing my latex after I wash them, so they don't stick to each other and become gummy. I also keep it wrapped in a cool place. But yeah, I feel like the powder is like for you to put on the outfit if you're not using lubrication, which is helpful, but it just gets everywhere. And then you have to, again, lube the outside in case it gets on the outside to make it shiny, if that's the look that you're going for. It's a lot. I feel like latex costs a lot more, not just in price of purchasing it, but in also maintaining it and like making it look good. Whereas PVC, like, you buy it and you're done. You just have to maintain it, as in like cleaning it and upkeeping, but that's it. Like, you don't have to, you know, go through like shining it with the lube and, you know, all that other stuff. Steve says, sorry, but where are you located at? Los Angeles. I am based in Los Angeles, but I travel worldwide. Amy says, I bought a latex mini skirt, and after wearing it a few times, it rolled up into a ball. Put it straight in the bin. Did you wash it with soap and water, lukewarm? And then did you powder it after and put it in a dark, dry place? Steve says, what made you get into the lifestyle as being a mistress? Well, if you watch my interviews on my YouTube channel, you can start out with the Dom Addiction one, and I kind of answer like my origins, or I tell you my origin story about everything. But basically, kink had popped into my life for a very long time while I was in school, and after I got my dream job, I found like my manager, my boss, was a very manipulative lady, and instead of being emotionally there for me, she was abusive. And kink popped into my mind because it was about manipulation, and I wanted to know how to incorporate that into play. And so I looked it up and found a dungeon house to begin. Carl says, can you see who is lurking in your live stream chat, Miss Mara? Something I tend to do. No, unfortunately, I can't see who is exactly watching. I can kind of base it off of who's participating and count how many people out of the people watching are there, but I don't know who is lurking, unfortunately. If you know of a way to tell how to do that, I would love to know. Lulu says, I use Goddess Mara. Okay, I accept that. Thank you. Amy says, I have 2 custom-made PVC French-made uniforms because they were custom-made. I had the inside lined with PVC too. Bad idea. It's impossible to put a uniform on without it sticking to your skin. Yeah, that's why a lot of people use baby powder, because it's similar to, like, that's what happens with latex, is like when you try to put it on, you have to like do it in a certain way, like roll it down and then roll it back up, or you put baby powder on and just like shimmy it onto your skin. Steve says, when are you coming to Arkansas or Memphis area? Wasn't really in the cards since I haven't really gotten requests, but if I get enough people who are interested, maybe. Actually, the next that was on my list was Texas, believe it or not. I had a couple of requests from Houston. I know a couple of mistresses in Dallas, and I know a DJ in Austin, so I was gonna make the trip, but didn't happen this year, so I don't know when it's gonna happen again. Graham says, my pal offered to update my wardrobe and wigs recently, but COVID prevents us from meeting up. Foiled again. Ugh, tell me about it. I don't have nice things to say about COVID. There was it was really funny. There was it wasn't a meme. I don't think it was maybe it was a TikTok. I'm not on TikTok, but maybe it was one where there was a guy who was dancing and like singing like A is for apple, you eat apples. He's like, if you go down the list of like alphabets, letters, and name what you eat after each one, he's like, B is for, he's like, now your turn. It's like, there's bread, there's all these other things, but there's not a bat. You don't eat a damn bat. I thought that was funny because it was poking fun, but also very true. Amy says, what does the comment about lurking mean? So if you can see on the stream, you can tell how many people are watching right now. It says 9. And only like a handful of the 9 are commenting and participating in the live stream. And so Carl was asking if I knew who the other, 4 to 5 people were. And I don't. I can't tell. I had to, unfortunately, time somebody out today because they were being very aggressive with their spam. So, yeah. Don't do that. But yeah, I also accept tips. If you look under the chat box, there's a sign that looks like this, and you can send me stickers if you like what I do. People have tipped me to see like my feet or my heels, to get up and show my outfit, and yeah. Lulu is asking, is life in America difficult too for people? I think in some states more than others, definitely. I think we're doing pretty okay here in Los Angeles. Gyms are still not open and bars are still not open per se, but like eating outdoors is okay. and like salons, which are non-essential, are available and open for the public, so we're okay. We haven't gone into a second lockdown yet. Knock on wood. Graham says, yes, bat is definitely off the menu, except in Gotham, perhaps. Nice. Amy says, do you get freaks who join chats just to cause hassle? Not really fond of the term freak, but I get people who keep asking, like, to be my submissive or something, and it's like, I can't tell if they're just lazy or too happy to see me and have, you know, their hand that's keeping themselves busy, if you know what I mean. But who don't take the time to actually go look at my account page and find my links to my website, which is super easy to find. Somebody even said, was like, you could just Google it. I pop up. I mean, I have my links on every single YouTube video I put out there. If it's not in your interest to read the descriptions, then I don't know if you're worthy of serving me, you know? Carl says, I would need to work at YouTube to check on people's IP addresses. Although these can be spoofed. Yeah, I mean VPNs. Steve says, have a good night, mistress. Time to go back to sleep. You're very interesting and enjoyed this very much. When is your next live stream? So I've been doing this religiously every week. I choose Sundays, but don't have a specific time. I do have a tab on my account. So if you go to Domina Mara on YouTube, there's a live stream playlist, and you can watch all my previous ones. And every time we talk about different things, I'm wearing different outfits and drinking different things with everybody. So go check those out. I have hours and hours of those. But thanks for stopping by, Steve. Amy says, it's my Scottish banter that made me say freaks. It's a compliment here in Glasgow. Lol. Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. I learned something new. It's always interesting learning slang, isn't it? Like, from different places. Because you never know what's an insult and what's a compliment until you hear it and you're like, huh, I guess that's how they do it here. Carl says, Batman just sighed a breath of relief. Amy, I'm being sarcastic. Oh. It's tough for me to tell when that is as well, especially if I don't know you very well, or through text. Text is terrible. Like, I've made jokes before via text, and some people are like, are you serious? And I'm like, no. And they're like, oh. And then I do a smiley face. I'm like, maybe I should have done the smiley face in the beginning. I don't know. Amy says, I didn't mean to confuse you. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I take everything at face value until proven otherwise, so. Anything new or interesting in your lives? Any new recipes that you've cooked recently? Carl says, a fun fact, 47% of Americans don't have $400 according to a meme. Like, as disposable income? Like, to spend for fun? I mean, there's so many in my neighborhood. It's crazy how many for rent or for sale signs are up right now. Like it's yeah. Oh, Gregory says, hello, Miss Mara. Hello. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I'm going to send you the address tomorrow morning. I'm glad you could join. Are you subscribed? You better be subscribed. Amy asks, what is your heritage, mistress? I am Chinese, Filipino, and Spanish. Wait, what did you think I was? Sometimes I like to ask that, sometimes I don't, because I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to be insulted by this. Gregory says, I appreciate that. Thanks for welcoming me. Of course. I'm a friendly person. What's new in your life? Amy says, hola. Wait, or is that an abbreviation for something? Graham says, the newest thing I've done was a first aid course last week. Fortunately, the CPR mannequin survived my attempts to revive it. I've done that before. I've actually, it was in high school. And I actually got I got CPR certified then, because everybody had to at least once for physical education. And, yeah, I don't remember much about it except for doing the pressing and tilting the chin up. Obviously, mouth to mouth if last resort kind of thing, but Amy says, "No, it's the only Spanish I know, lol." Oh, you might want to put an H in front of the O. The H is silent, but it's how they spell it. Gregory, just working. What industry do you work in? If you would like to say, if not, no problem at all. And also, you're off work now, or are you working now? I'm guessing you're off now because you're watching my stream. Unless this is a way to pass the time. Amy goes, facepalm twice. I kind of want to make an emoji of myself doing that because the facepalming, because there's so many times that I want to use it instead of saying facepalm because it's just better and cuter. Like earlier today, when I had to time somebody out, I wanted to use that so much. Graham says, me too, still working as a park ranger. Man, I need to be more active. Like, since the gyms have closed, like, they closed in March, I believe, or something. And, 8 months of not getting a full workout. It's tough to do it at home. Like, I have so many other things I'd rather do than work out. But it's important and I need to stay active. So Gregory says, I deliver food. I'm able to listen to the stream. Ooh, yay. Yeah, if you go to my other live streams later on, because I have a whole playlist of live streams on my channel, I have like hours of stuff, of like conversations that I've spoke to with other people that are really fun. And yeah, I watch them often actually throughout the week when I'm like editing my new videos that come out, you know, the following week, or while I'm doing my art, like editing photos and stuff like that. Amy is asking how old I am. I can guess if you want. Sure, take a guess. But also, I'm probably not going to say it because I haven't said it before, because I think it's really inappropriate for a lady to be asked and answer what her age is. I'm old school. Amy says 26. Sure, I'll take it. But yeah, I also have been judged for saying, or for having my age out at one point by another Kingster. It was on FET, and I was like, yeah, I'm not doing this anymore. There's so many people who are either insecure and project or are trolls, and I don't have the time for that. So if I can control my environment in a way that will not like bring that up, that's kind of what I'm gonna do. Carl says, I need to get around to subscribing to your newsletter, Miss Mara. It takes 2 seconds. Do it now. That's an order. Go to dominamara.com, scroll all the way down, and just type in your email and you are set. Doesn't even take 2 minutes. It probably takes less than 1 minute, honestly. Do it. Do it now. Amy, didn't realize it was a sketchy topic. My bad. Oh, no. It's not. It's really not. I just don't answer it. Because I just don't want to be put in a situation where somebody's like, well, you should be acting your age. It's like, acting what age? Your age is relative. Like, and I will always be young at heart. So just because you're a grumpy person who doesn't like life doesn't mean you should project that on strangers that you don't know. I don't know. Graham says, it's the same here. It's been a lot of controversy about gyms being closed. I do plenty of walking at work and press-ups at home. I can recommend Viking sword fighting as exercise. I mean, I have a sword now in my room, but now it's just very expensive display. It's not even being used. However, you saw earlier that I am like, I have new hangers, but I just hung them up today, and I was doing like flow with them. So actually, now that it's past the 2-hour mark. I don't know how many people actually watch this, but since you guys are kind of like my like loyal viewers, I'm actually going to take this out for you. So, I actually have, if you watched my bedroom transformation video, these are my flockers that I hang on the other side of the wall. And like earlier I was doing flow with these. Well, not these. I was doing it with hangers. But yeah, haven't practiced these in a while, and these actually work the arms too. So trying really hard to like not hit my computer and not hit the screen. Yeah, looks good. So yeah, floggers are my favorite. They are versatile. I really love the leather grip. I really love the whole like, let's see, weight balancing aspect. They should be right about here. Yep. And then I also really like the tails and how they can be sensual, but also like really sadistic. So, Amy White says Ninja Mistress. Oh, if only. But yeah, these are my favorite. And they make great sound no matter what they hit, whether it's the back or the butt. Usually I have people tip me to like show them stuff. Like last week, I think somebody wanted to see a ball gag and I didn't want to get it. I didn't want to take it out. So if I have to move a lot, I typically don't do that. Carl says, hero, mistress, as we say in the UK. Hero? I think you may have to define that a little bit for me, please, because I don't understand what it means. But I like it. Graham says, an admirable philosophy, no need to confirm it. Oh, no need to conform if it doesn't suit you. Yay! Glad you understand. Amy says, I absolutely love the sound of PV creaking when someone is wearing it. Do you agree? Yes, I do. I like sound a lot, and I think that you can really, I think it's underdone in play, which is why I actually really like sensory deprivation. Because you can incorporate that. Well, if you really wanted to, at least. But yes. I also really like the sound of leather. Like, I love things brushing against it. As you can tell from my leather gloves collection ASMR video, and also my, what is it? My dominatrix footwear video, and my dominatrix basics video as well. I had a lot of fun wearing those gloves, and yeah, it's a good time. So these maid outfits that you have, are they similar, or are they different colors, or? Amy says, I've just gotten into watching ASMR. You should watch mine. I kind of started this whole like leather gloves thing, and it really took off for some people. And now that's all they do. And I'm like, you're boring. I did it once just to be like, you know, a part of the community in a way that is still femdom, because I'm a real dominatrix. But, you know, to each their own. Graham says, I've always been a fan of satin gloves. Very sensual. Let's see, do I have any? I have like ones that I was going to use for cosplay. Well, it's not even cosplay. I was making a Renaissance outfit. Yeah. But I've never worn them, and I've never put the outfit together yet because I'm still making it. And I've been making it for like the last 3 years, so I don't know when I'm gonna complete it. But if we are in lockdown for a lot of next year as well, then perhaps I will revisit it. It's sitting right next to me in the treasure trunk that I recently purchased on the floor. So we'll see. And also they aren't full satin gloves. They're like, the ones I have have a loop for the middle finger and then they like taper out. So yeah. But instead of doing 4 hours today, let's see. Amy says, I have a pink and black PVC French maids uniform and a black and white one too. Ooh, pink and black. That's cute. Carl said, I like that color combination. That's very cool. Carl says, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh yes, the Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles from your previous live stream. I remember now. It doesn't give that same ring. Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. Ugh. Makes me have to think about it. Graham says, the Renaissance look is so popular in the romantic Gothic scene. Flowing dresses and corsets. Oh, my outfit is not like that at all. I'm making like a wood nymph outfit that was based off of a shirt that I found in a thrift store that I cut in half. So it's actually green, pale green with like flowers, and then I'm gonna do like faux flowers all over it, and it's not gonna look traditional at all. It's my own creation. That's why I kind of said cosplay, because the design is actually quite like it has leg warmers and it flares out at the bottom kind of thing, but it's still reminiscent. Amy says, name the 4 turtles. No. Are you gonna tip me for that? They are well, I would say they are the trilogy +1 of the Renaissance painting times, but you know, we will see. Because who do I like the least out of all of the names? Oh, yeah. I don't... Is it the purple one? No, wait. Yeah. The purple one, I don't think... Is it the purple one? God damn. Hang on. The purple one, I don't think, is the one that I would see as high of caliber of an artist as the other ones. I can name them, I just don't know what color goes with... I always mix up the blue and the purple one. Yep, it's the purple one. No. See, you got it wrong. Leonardo is the blue one. Graham says a wood nymph when nothing elf will do. Well, unfortunately, I don't really look like an elf. I'm not like fair and long and elegant in that sense. Although the Chinese also had elves, but they were also long and fair and whatever. Let's see. Amy, or was it Donatello? So Donatello was the blue one. Was the purple one, damn it. You're mixing me up. Donatello was the purple one. Leonardo was the blue one. Leonardo is my favorite. Donatello, I don't believe, is like as good as an artist as the others from the Renaissance era. Graham says, a terrible joke. My ex-wife used to tell me, you're not funny and you shouldn't try. Bless her. Oh. Zed is asking, can I have your opinion on race play? I'm not really for it. I mean, I can do it, especially if it's a Caucasian person asking for it. However, I'm not really comfortable doing that with other races just because POC already have it kind of hard out there in the world. And then, like, most of the time people usually don't ask me for that because I have other things that they usually ask me for. So I don't really do it. I don't really enjoy it. Amy says Michelangelo was a party dude. I mean, if you looked at his paintings, like I actually saw the Sistine Chapel when I was in Italy. And I kind of want to know what he was drinking or what he was on while he was painting, because it looked like he had a party in his head. So also, it's really great. Like when I visited there, there's a wall, the main wall, and there's a devil figure or a demon figure to the lower right of the painting. And the history about that was some guy kept on checking on him. I don't know if he was like the bishop or something, or the head bishop. Kept on checking in on him and was like, hey, how's the painting going? Hey, how's the painting going? Hey, how's the painting? And he's like, this guy won't shut up and let me work. So I'm painting him as the devil. But he got front and center. Carl says, eating pizzas in a sewer. What were they trying to teach children? Not to be low income so that they wouldn't have to live in a sewer and also just eat pizza all the time because that's all they can afford. Also, to not slip into the sewer because there could be very polluted waters in there with chemicals that can be scientifically changing for your body. Who knows? But yeah, that's pretty funny. Like, who thought of that? Maybe the creator like lost a turtle one time. Like, you know those tiny turtles that you win in fairs as prizes? Maybe he lost one. He's like, man, if I ever get those back, I wish they could just live this like fantastical life. Amy says, I was referring to the theme tune of TMNT, but you just smoked me with your reply. Awesome. You're well traveled. Thanks. Carl says, I apologize if I sent it twice, Miss Mara. My internet is super laggy today. No worries. I know how that is. Last week I cut in and out twice, and then on my Halloween stream that was really crap too, trying to connect. Graham says, oh, I saw the Sistine Chapel. I remember the Vatican guards in their medieval uniforms and the halberds. I remember the halberds, but I don't remember the uniforms. I remember the guards, but I don't remember the actual design of the uniforms. Slavana, well, I had no idea what conversation was going on. I just joined now and you are looking cute. Thanks. We're talking about, we're in such a weird conversation. I love this. I love it when new people join and they're like, what the hell is going on? But we were talking about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which one was the favorite one and how I related that to the actual names of the Renaissance painters. Then we, went into the Sistine Chapel and how Michelangelo painted one of the head bishops as a devil. And yeah, somebody asked about race play. So that's where we are. Amy says, ooh, Graham and Miss Mara travel the world. Yes, international dom extraordinaire. I actually just had my vision board printed for next year. I don't know if it's gonna be complete. I don't know if it's gonna happen, but I have things that I would have wanted to do this year and do next year. Hopefully I can cross some of those things off the list. So travel is on there as well. Graham says, true, mistress is supremely beautiful as ever. Oh, thank you. I'm quite casual today with the t-shirt and shorts, but you know, we're at home. If ever my background can look all elegant for you. But for future, I am going to be doing, so if you guys, some of you haven't been here long enough to have seen my Halloween contest where I did a costume contest, and it was kind of like a bidding auction, and my viewers could tip me, and the highest tipper won the chance to kind of request an outfit of the day. And I might be doing the same thing for Christmas, so yay! Or holiday season, I should say. Look out for that. I do dress up once in a while. Obviously, I'm dressing up for tomorrow, which is a session. So. Graham says, I'd love to travel more whenever I get the opportunity again, when the pandemic allows it. Yeah, I don't think Americans are allowed in Europe still, which is so bad. Like, that's really how bad it is. When your entire country is not even allowed in other countries because they're like, no, you're dirty. So. Where would you like to travel next, Graham? Because obviously you know that London is on my list. I already purchased tickets for an event this year, so that was my commitment. Slavana says, yes, sometimes it's good to see you in normal avatar. Like us and not in all leathers. And it's more comfortable. I mean, like I was showing earlier, it's not like I can't, let me see. I'm gonna grab this by my toes and pick this up from the ground, but like, it's not like I can't swing a flogger in a t-shirt as well. Like, I'm just as good. I don't have to be in leather to show that off. Graham says, oh, San Francisco, of course, ma'am. Oh, really? Well, why San Francisco? Because I'm gonna be there? I guess I'm getting tired. Wow. Okay. I've hit over the 3-hour point. I'm probably only going to be streaming for a little bit. It won't be a full 4-hour stream like last time. But yeah. Carl says, would a monthly tipping competition be a possibility in 2021? It depends, because I'm able to live stream right now every week because I have availability. Usually I live a pretty full life. As you can tell from my travel vlogs, like, I don't just sit around and wait for things to happen. I don't, like, even if I'm touring in another city, I'm always out and about looking for the next, like, thing to inspire me, or the next event that's happening. Like, I lived in New York for 4 years, and even after, I don't know, what, 5 to 7 years that since I've lived there, or so, no, 5 years. Oh, God, I can't math right now. But the city changes, and especially after COVID, it's gonna change. It's already has, like, Broadway has shut down. And I used to go to Broadway shows all the time because I had a godfather that would come to New York specifically just to watch shows. And he would go and win these lotteries for extra tickets to go to see off-Broadway and Broadway shows. So while I was living in New York, that's what I did. But in this recent video that I just put out yesterday of my East Coast tour, like, I went and saw an interactive theater based off of Shakespeare, where no talking was allowed and everybody had to wear masks. So stuff like that. I kind of, like, do as many different things as possible, and there's always new stuff happening. When pre-pandemic, like, there was always new things that popped up, and then obviously some stores closed down, new stores open. I see that on the maps that I use while I'm traveling. So in short, to circle back to your question, Carl, I would like to do a competition for every major holiday, like a federal holiday that we have here in the US. But it really depends on my availability, and then travel, etc. Time zones as well will change. Like, if I'm in Asia, it's going to be Asia time zone. But yeah. Amy says, when you move that whip, it's a flogger, not a whip. It's a whipping motion, but it's a flogger. When you move that whip about, I swear you're directing it to me. Some people play extra for that. Yes, I know, the camera's right there, so. Graham says, exactly, miss. Plus, I only got as far as west as Nevada. Oh, yes, that's right. Okay. You'll like San Francisco. I think it's a small city, but it's very condensed. So there's a lot of things to do all around in different pockets. And also, the fog tends to burn off from the morning after noon. So after 12 p.m., it starts to dissipate, depending on where you are. Like, in downtown, dissipates quickly and the sun usually comes out. If you're by, like, Fisherman's Wharf, it's like 50-50. But yeah, I still haven't been to Alcatraz. That's something that I really want to do too, is, like, go to Alcatraz and take a tour there. I've never taken a ferry over there, and I've lived in San Francisco for, like, 10 years. Amy says, if we all keep you entertained, will you stay longer for another hour, please? I would if I get tipped more, definitely. Also, we took a little stroll into my kitchen to grab me a little drink, because usually I have, like, a small drink while I stream with you guys, because it's kind of like an interactive bar entertainment kind of TV show thing going on. So I had my Maker's Mark earlier. Graham says, my Jamaican friends have relatives in New York City. I'm sure it would be worth investigating. Lou Van says, yes. Oh, yes. Yes, Graham. Lou Van says, have you ever worked with Mistress Mickey and know what happened to her? I think you asked me this last time, and I don't know who that is, and I don't know what happened to her. But yeah, tipping me or buying from my wish list, which, oh, I did not post that this time. There it is. I'm pinning my wish list. Steve asks, are you in SF now? Are you doing sessions? I am not. I am in yes and no. No and yes. I'm not in SF right now. I will be there at the end of the month. So in 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks, I will be there. I am going to be sessioning on the evening or the afternoon and evening of November 28th and the morning of the 29th. I have bookings already, so I only have a couple spots left. If you want to session, you need to RSVP ASAP through my website. Slave Anna says, dominatrixes have a career, so my question is, are there any submissives who have a professional career? There are people who do submission as a profession, but it's not as common as DOMs for women. There are a lot of submissive women, but they don't do it for money. They usually are owned by somebody who probably doesn't want them doing it as a profession, or they already have fulfillment with another partner and don't feel the need to pursue it professionally. I don't know of any males who are professional subs, though. Carl said, I know people who work as like content creators, so that's different. Carl says, I may soon change my name to Carlton online because there's another Carl on here and you have an in real life friend Carl, Miss Mara. I do? Who? You? Carl? There was a Carlos on there. Not a... Oh, with a K? Unless you prefer me to say Carl Adrian or Carl Rudland, but that's very formal. And I don't know if you want me saying that every single time on stream. Amy says, this is how limited my knowledge of San Francisco is. It's full of hills, am I right? Yes, it is. That is true. Very steep hills. Graham says a colleague visited San Francisco a couple years ago and had a lovely time. In fact, my only living family members in the Bay Area are living, oh my goodness, I can't talk. All right, woo, focus. Graham says a colleague visited San Francisco a couple years ago and had a lovely time. In fact, my only living family members are in the Bay Area, so it would be nice to catch up with them. I approve. I do have to use the restroom one more time, so I'm going to, again, display my lovely autumn decor, and then we're going to take a tour back to my kitchen so that I could get another drink for another few minutes. BRB. Okay, so Amy says, someone pour Mistress a drink. Steve says, sorry, I have to go. Bye, Miss Mara. Thank you for streaming. Come back and watch the rest of it. It was actually really fun. And also my other ones, too. But thanks for stopping by and have a great night. Amy says, this is just me, or when Mistress is away, I really want to smudge her mirror. No! Okay, we're gonna take a trip to my... Okay, I'm gonna show you guys this because I really am excited for these. And whoever is on here long enough to see this gets to see it because you've been streaming with me all this time. And also people who watch this later have to actually watch like all the way through, or at least skip to it and get lucky. But these are the chairs that I got today. Aren't they so cool? I'm super excited to work on those. Okay. So, what do we have here? Because I did makers earlier, perhaps I will do the Jameson this time. So, let us take this. Can I do it? No. All right. I need to do this as well. Let's go like this. Ooh, I'm low. That and put you over here. And let's see. Blah. All right. Let me put this down while I set the camera back up. Like so. Okay. Fantastic. Graham says, we'll have to pour drinks while socially distanced. For sure. How about every time I pour myself a drink, you have to pour yourself another one? It can be water. You need to stay hydrated. I've been staying hydrated. Carl says, Carlton is fine, Miss Mara. I'm fairly sure you mentioned to Carl and his female friend in one of your live streams. I did? I don't have a friend that's named Carl. The Grand Tour? Huh? I'm kind of lost. Please backtrack for me a little bit because I don't know what you're talking about. Grand Tour? Oh, of my place. Okay, I got that part. I don't have a Carl friend. I don't know many Carls, to be honest. I think you're the first Carl that I've really spoken to. Graham says, I have a similar chair in green leather. Impeccable taste, ma'am. I'm actually going to be dyeing that one. They're not going to be blue anymore. But I have to like figure out how to do it because there are parts of it that need a little bit of restoration. But they're so cool. And they match my my living room. Because here, Amy says, you don't have to ask a Scottish guy twice if he should pour another drink. Nice. Okay, so, woo! Let's see. So here, I actually have like, that's new. I got that recently, and that holds all my crafts. And I was gonna put the chairs over here. but after I decorate them, because right now I've like sanitized them, and also like I mentioned, I'm gonna do a little bit of restoration, and it's just better to do that off of my carpet because, yeah, I like my carpet the way it is. Carlton is laughing as well. Laugh emoji. Also, if you haven't already, give my live stream a thumbs up, please. If you are enjoying it. And cheers to everybody who's on stream right now. Yeah, the Maker's Mark was definitely more of a buttery flavor profile, whereas this one is like, this is the Jameson. This is more nutty, and I could taste more of like oak, probably from, was that cask? I don't know. Definitely more like caramelly notes from this one. Amy says, camera right in your face. Oh my God, you're so stunningly beautiful, mistress. Oh, thanks. I don't think that was a very flattering angle for me, but thank you. I appreciate it. Amy says slancha. Wait, do you say slancha too? Or is that like just, is that Irish? Oh no. Am I saying it right? But yes, clink. Graham says, Waes Hael? Here, I'm gonna look this up because I don't want to butcher this. You know how I need to look these things up because it'll just bother me. Carlton says, did I just see a black gun target silhouette in your background this round? Yes, you did. Oh my God, sharp eyes. I was trying to like angle it out of it, but yes, that was the first time I ever went to a shooting range. And that was super spontaneous. Like I was having dinner with like some of my subs coworkers, and we were talking about like guns and like shooting things, and they're like, we have our guns now, we were gonna shoot later, do you want to come? And I was like, yeah, I've never shot a gun before, but yeah, I've always wanted to. And we did it. Okay, so how do you say this? All right, here we go. Oh. Oh, no. No, no. No, no, no. Hang on. How to pronounce? It doesn't say. How do you pronounce it? Oh, man. Somebody phonetically type it out for me. Because there's no reference online, unfortunately. Amy says, phonetically it's slange, just like it's spelled. Okay. Because in In Ireland, isn't it Slainte? Are there different dialects? Like, can you tell if a person is from like another part of Scotland? Due to their, like, do you guys have accents besides the one that you already have geographically? Like, does that make sense? Like here in the US, people pronounce things differently. Obviously, if you're from the Midwest or the East Coast versus the South versus West Coast. So I'm just curious if you have that as well. Oh, I have a terrible knot. Really need a sub to brush my hair. Oof. Yeah. Makes a great sound though. Hair being pulled apart. It's quite soothing actually, if you're into ASMR. Carlton says, I only toast with butter these days. Teetotal? Butter sounds good. Amy says, sub to brush your hair. I'm here. Oof. Yeah, I'm in terrible need of it. Oh, dire need of it. Oof. It's bad. Okay. That's the problem with just like waking up and not doing your hair, is that later on you get knots and then it snags on things and then you have to untangle them on live stream. Classic. All right. Yeah, very different profile and smell on the Jameson. Amy says, missed your question about Scottish something. I was peeing. I was asking if you in Scotland had different accents, like how in the different from where you are geographically. So like in the US, the Midwest is different from the West Coast and the East Coast versus the South. The South has a Southern twang kind of thing. You know, on the West Coast, I'm from the West Coast, so we talk like this. So I was just wondering if like the Scots had different accents. You know, if you're from the northern region or from wherever. Like, can you tell where a person's from based on how they talk, how they speak? Graham says, I discovered many years ago that Norwegians say skull when making a toast. Very useful to know when hosting a Viking banquet. Yes, I actually knew that too. I still could have sworn that like Irish people say Slainte. And they spell theirs as like Slante. I think. That's how I've seen it. I'm waiting for someone to correct me. Or approve. I don't know. But Graham, how do you say the good health one? Type it out phonetically for me. Amy says, yes, very much so. Every part of Scotland has a different accent. Ooh, cool. I love that. Amy says, Slainte is the correct spelling. Oh, I missed the I. But it's still pronounced as slunge. Okay. Maybe it's an accent thing. Maybe somebody from a different part pronounces it differently. I don't know. I'll take your word for it. Actually, here, we can YouTube this. Okay. So, okay, this is in Irish. I just want to know for myself.
Irish and Scottish Gaelic, a word that is particularly popular during St. Patrick's Day. The word literally means health. In Scottish Gaelic, a word looking at how to say cheers in Irish and Scottish. We are looking at how day, or in Spanish you'd say salud. You say, just like in French you would say santé, or in Italian you'd say salute, or in Spanish you'd say salud. You say health instead of cheers in those languages, and it's the case in Irish as well. Now, how do you say cheers or health in Irish? Simply slainte, slainte, slainte,
Slainte.
slainte.
Okay, so it's more of like a cha than a cha. All right. I learned it. Amy says, if I was to say to you, spot on, mucker, what do you think I'm saying? I think you're saying, yes, you got it right. You're right on the money. Graham says, haha, that makes perfect sense to me, Amy. Keyboard Warrior, hello, Mistress Mara. Hi. We're talking about cheers in Scotland while I'm drinking my Irish whiskey. That's really funny, actually. I didn't put that together. Amy gives me a double thumbs up. Yeah. What the heck is a mucker, though? Is that just, like, slang for, like, you? Or, like, bro? Or, like, what does that mean? Keyboard Warrior says, I suppose there's a lot of cheers in Scotland. Yeah, we were talking about that. And how to pronounce it properly. Slainte. Slainte. Amy says mucker means a pal, buddy, or bro. Okay, cool. So I said bro. Or as they say in California, dude. Such a surfer state. Carlton is laughing. I don't know what you're laughing at, me or or Amy or what. But yeah. Amy says Slainte, Slainte. Wait, what were you drinking, Amy? Or are you drinking? Graham says, think my message got lost. I pronounce Waes Hael closer to the more modern Waes Hael than the original Anglo-Saxon. Okay. So I was actually right. Because I said Waes Hael. Or was it wait? Yeah, I think I said that. Okay, cool. Amy says, I watch so much American stuff online. I say dude and awesome all the time. I used to say dude all the time. Well, no, I still do. I used to say awesome all the time. I've cut down on that a little bit, but yeah, I'm super Californian. Born and raised. Because there's nothing else quite like those, like, exclamations. Like, if you're trying to say something and I'm just like, dude, today I saw this thing. And when I say dude, like, when I say it that way, you already know, like, where that conversation's gonna go. It's like, bro, I saw something today that was not cool. That was kind of crazy, but also a really good story. Ram says, Happy Diwali, Miss Mara. Yeah, Happy Diwali to you. Man, holiday season is sneaking up on us. Like, Thanksgiving in the US is going to be here in less than 2 weeks, and I swear to God it's going to be like at the end of this week. That's how fast it's going to go. Even though we're in lockdown. Or quarantine. Excuse me. Amy says, dude. Keyboard warrior. Me too. Cheers. Yeah, let's all cheers. Yeah. Amy is just laughing. Bro. No, okay, wait. Amy says bro, bro, bro. So the way that I'm reading this right now as a Californian is like bro or bro or bro. Like, those are the top 3 expressions of using bro, I think. Graham says, it's Diwali here in Derby as well. Lots of lights. Yeah, I love that. Actually, speaking of lights, Disney put out an ad in the UK featuring a Filipino family, and it's a really short film. It's like 3 minutes long, and it has to do with the parol. It's called parol. They're star-shaped lights that are handmade out of like mother of pearl or paper mache type, and they always have them for Christmas season, but sometimes they leave them up for the whole year, and they light up with Christmas colors, and it kind of reminds me of like, well, I don't know why I brought that up, but he said lights, so I was like, lights. But yeah, Filipino short, check it out. I think it's on YouTube somewhere. Carl says, I was lolling at Keyboard Warrior's Scottish comment, Miss Mara. Miss Nara? I don't know who Miss Nara is. Check your spelling, Carlton. Bruh. Amy says exactly the way you said it. Bro. No, bro. No, seriously, bro. Like, when I get really excited about something, I use it too. I'm just like, bro, did you see that? Or like, dude, did you see that thing last night that somebody posted? That really good meme? Oh, man. Look, you are keeping me entertained. We're gonna hit 4 hours in 10 minutes. Keyboard Warrior says, wrong spelling maybe has to do with too much cheering. Maybe. But that also means that we're having a good time. Amy says, I'm literally howling watching you say bro. Wait, why? Is it because I'm a girl, or is it because I'm a dom, or is it because it's true, or all of the above? Graham says, we've been saying dude over here ever since Bart Simpson. Good old Bart. Oh, man. But he goes, like, his dude is different. It's, like, really chill and, like, low-key almost. Oh, that's not true. He does, like, the surfer thing sometimes, too. He's technically, like, a surfer boy on a skateboard. That's what I think of. Amy says, because I can totally see you saying, bruh. I mean, I say it seriously, but then I also say it, like, ironically. So, it depends on the context and, like, who I'm with. And also, like, I'm saying it again, like, I live in the valley, and the valley is the San Fernando Valley, if you don't know. If you watch the 90s film Clueless, they talk like this, and like everything, like every other word, like is alike, you know? Like, and I've been trying really hard to pay attention to when I say that, because like is like the dude equivalent for girls, or the bro equivalent for girls, except times 2 or 10. Seriously, between every other word, you gotta like eliminate the like. So, this is the culture. This is American culture, guys. Oh. I'm drinking because of it. Not to it, I'm drinking because of it. Amy says, I grew up watching Bart Simpson. Let's all remember this young dude has a song in the charts. Really? What song? I wasn't a huge Simpsons fan. Like, I watched episodes and I really appreciated like the range that they had. My God, they like literally did everything. Everything. Current events, family, dysfunctional family situations, to like making up, to going to Japan to be on a deadly like game show, Edgar Allan Poe, like everything. Oh, do the Bartman. Got it. Amy said, could listen to you talk like a bruh forever. Oh, I didn't know you had such a big thing for that. Carl says, Mara asterisk. Sorry, Miss Mara. She was a former mistress who was still in my keyboard vocab or autocorrect question mark. Wow, to have longevity is impressive. Hopefully you can get that corrected though. Amy says, Google it and let's see your reaction to watching it and hearing it. I can't do it on stream because I might get copyrighted. It's stupid, I know, but I will watch it later. And I think I've heard it. Here, let me try playing it over what I have now, because I think I can do that. Do. Oh my God, there is a music video on it. Full music video. 1.5 million views from 2 years ago. Let's see. Oh man, animation from them was rough. Okay. I think I've actually seen this before, but it was a really long time ago. So this actually kind of reminds me of the Goofy movie. Have you guys seen that one? The Disney animation studio in Paris actually animated that one. And it was one of my favorite films growing up. And it reminds me of this because Goofy's son, Max, has to come up with something for like a talent show or something like that. And yeah, it really reminds me of that, actually. Graham says, Clueless. Jane Austen on the West Coast with Alicia Silverstone was also Batgirl once. Yeah, she was, but that movie that she was in, I think, was in Batman and Robin with George Clooney and Chris O'Donnell. It also had Poison Ivy and as Uma Thurman as Poison Ivy and the Schwarzenegger, Arnold Schwarzenegger as Mr. Freeze. That one was a very caricature version of Batman, if I had ever seen one. Like, Batman Returns was a very serious gothic version of that with Catwoman and Penguin. But the Batman and Robin one with Alicia Silverstone was interesting. Okay, so Amy says, I'm shuffling to the song. Lol. Loving this live stream so much. Well, you know, you should come back or you should subscribe and turn on notifications so you can come back, because every live stream is super different and like we always have a good time like this. It's super random, but it's like really, it's good. Graham says, James Earl Jones narrating Poe's The Raven on The Simpsons was utterly brilliant. Oh my God, that was like, so when I was in 7th grade, I had come back to the United States from living in South America. And one of my teachers was literature, and she would make us memorize a poem every single week. And we were tested on it. We had to actually like scribe it out the day of or recite it. It was based on what she wanted that day. We would have to recite it out loud in front of the whole class, standing up in the front by the blackboard, because we had blackboards back then. And one of them was The Raven. I chose The Raven because it was just an excerpt too. It wasn't like a crazy, like full on poem that I had to remember, but it was just so creepy. And obviously, looking at how macabre I've turned out and being a full-fledged professional dominatrix, you can see that it suits my personality. And so when I saw that The Simpsons had this animated for a Halloween special, I died. I was so like living for that. Okay, that's like contradictory. I said I died. And then I was raised up again, living, because I loved that episode so much and how they translated Poe's poem into that. It was really good. I really liked it. I agree with you 100%. Also, is he still living? Didn't he? Oh, damn. He still is. He's still alive. Good for him. He's 89 years old. Graham says, well remembered, ma'am. Yes, Batman and Robin was closer to the Adam West show. Silly, but fun. Yeah, I agree. 100%. Amy says Adam West is dead now, unfortunately. Oh, right. I was talking about James Earl Jones being alive still. Graham says, there's a marvelous reading of The Raven by Christopher Lee here on YouTube. Aw, yes. Very nice. I still can't, I mean, he would be the perfect fit for that, but, like, he will always sound like Sauron to me. So, don't know if that's a good thing, don't know if it's a bad thing, just saying. It's a very distinct voice. Same with Gandalf, actually. Gandalf's voice is pretty distinct, too. But yeah. Ooh, we have officially hit the 4-hour mark. God, these things go by so damn fast. Yeah. I don't know how much longer I will stay up, though. Online. So if there are any last questions, comments, concerns, now is the time. As I swing around my chair. Oh, I can't wait to have one of those wingbacks as a thing to sit on. I may actually put wheels on them as well so that they're more mobile. Gregory says, looking forward to tomorrow. Ooh, I didn't know you were still here. Yes, I am as well. Graham says, R.I.P. Adam West. I saw Ian McKellen, Gandalf. Oh, Ian McKellen on Gandalf on stage as Kent in King Lear in Nottingham. How long ago was this? Raymond says the 1935 movie, The Raven, was campy and hilarious. Nice. I didn't know they made a film. Of course they did, but yeah. I didn't know they made one. Also, Greg, make sure you're cleaned out. I'm going to leave it at that. Graham says circa 1990. Oh, okay. That was a while ago. I thought that was like a recent thing. Like pre-pandemic. Well, like recently pre-pandemic times, I thought. Who starred in The Raven? Who starred in The Raven, Raymond? Let's check. Oh shoot, it was Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi. What? How did I not see this? Oh yeah, duh, you just said it. Gregory says, I will be ready. Oh man, these are classic guys. So I'm obviously in Southern California, in the Los Angeles County, and in Orange County, which is south of here, a little bit south, there is a bar called the Phantom Carriage, and it's really cool. They have all of their big barrels, like kind of on display, and then they have their bar, and then they have a little area with red curtains that runs B films, B slasher films that are from the black and white era, and they have Bela Lugosi all over the damn place. And actually Boris Karloff as well. That's really cool though. Amy says, phone booted me out there. Struggled to get back into the chat. Aw, man, you missed some good stuff. Check back again afterwards to see what you missed. Graham says, oh yes, the Raven film was very comedic. Amy says, what are B slasher films? Like really old horror films that are like Dracula-y, or like people who are like zombies and like kill other people, that were black and white films. The ones B rated, so B rated is because they didn't have enough of a budget to be like an A-listed film, like box office. Some of them were still, some of the B slasher films were still able to be featured in some theaters. However, not all of them, not nationwide. Amy says, like Frankenstein, kind of. If it's not like a big budget, like feature film from like Universal or something like that, if it's made by an independent who had like an independent producer and artist who really wanted to tell their version of the story, that's B-rated. And then slasher films are like the ones that are just like mindless gore, basically. Carlton says, I've seen so many lives that I have seen so many lives that I knew the any last questions was about to come up, Miss Mara. No offense intended. Meaning, like, I've said that before and then it never happened because the conversations kept going? Is that what you mean? Raymond said, homicidal from 1961. I'm looking that up right now. Ooh. Oh, wait. How do you call it? The graphic of the film kind of reminded me of Hitchcock. But it's actually produced and directed by William Castle. I haven't seen this one, actually. But it follows a woman in a small California town. Of course, it has to, right? Suburbia. The poor man's psycho, Raymond says. Yeah, so I was right about the Hitchcock too, because they also ripped off of the graphic designer for Hitchcock's, their title cards, the credits that he had in the beginning to show like directed by Hitchcock or whatever was done by, oh man, what was his name? Hitchcock, graphic designer. The guy who was really known for Vertigo. God damn. Sal Bass. Yeah. Awesome. He was the first person who really introduced like motion graphics into feature films. Amy says, you are obviously a massive movie fan. Are you talking to me or Raymond? Amy says, Jameson is slurring Mistress's speech. No, I'm just tired. I've been on for 4 hours, man. Give me a break. I've been pretty good. Graham says, wasn't Ed Wood's Plan 9, you mean Planet 9 from outer space? The final Boris Karloff movie? I don't know, actually. Oh, Plan 9. And Raymond says Plan 9 was based on a true story. Carlton says, when I was young, I thought B movies were about wasps. You're so innocent. You were so innocent. Amy says, I'm talking to you, mistress. Oh. Yes, I love movies. I worked in the film and entertainment industry for a little bit. So, yeah. Amy says, can we see you pour yourself another drink, please? No, I think I'm going to cap it today. I actually poured myself quite a bit the day I wore my glasses. Not last week's, but the week before. Or like a month ago. And yeah, I was drinking cognac that night. And then I went to rum. And then I went to whiskey. So. Raymond says Plan 9 was Bela Lugosi. Who was the guy in, oh, what the hell was that one? Cabinet for Dr. Cabinet or Dr. Zhivago or something. Zhivago or whatever. Dr. Zhivago. Oh, I'm not even close, man. No, wait, that's not it. Cabinet for... There was a black and white film. I don't remember. Oh, well. Amy says, I'm sorry, but Scottish people always have a drink when it nears the end. Graham says, oh, of course, Bella, my mistake. Amy says, go on, have another drink. I do not give in to peer pressure. However, I will give in to cash. So if you would like to tip me, I will have another drink. Otherwise, I am going to cap it within another few minutes or so. As much as I am having a fabulous time talking about movies and stuff. Graham says the cabinet of Dr. Caligari. Yes! I've only seen it once. But I really liked that film too. Oh, that one's a 1920 German silent horror film. Oh, I'm not even close. This is for the German expressionistic cinema. My bad. I don't know why that popped up. I think it was because we're talking about like horror kind of, and that was kind of in that vein. But yeah, if you guys haven't seen it, go see The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. Amy says, by far the best I've had the pleasure of being part of. Are you talking about live streams? Because if so, then yes. Graham says, let's not forget Nosferatu. Yeah, I actually this is going to totally discredit everything that I've said, but I actually haven't seen the full movie yet. I should. Of Nosferatu. Whoops. Amy says, yes, I said live. Oh, I guess yeah, I'm tired. My eyes are tired. It's been a little bit of a day for me. I was up since 6 a.m. so, but then I did take a nap, and then I was really groggy after that, and then I had 2 drinks. Any last comments, questions, concerns? Because I will be ending this in 3 minutes. Amy says, what time is it where you are? It is 11:47 p.m. So at 10 minutes to midnight, I will be cutting the stream off. But yeah, if you haven't seen the Goofy movie, ugh. And we were talking about how the 90s were so much better because it was simpler and just fun back in the day. I highly recommend. The Powerline song too was my jam. I loved that song that he sings at the end. Amy says it's 7:48 a.m. Monday morning for me. Yep. So wait, are you working or do you work from home? Two minutes. Graham says, we shall wish you sweet dreams. Many thanks to the most gorgeous and delightful mistress. Thank you, Graham. Always a pleasure having you on my stream. Raymond says, it's 2:48 a.m. in New Jersey. Ooh, we got a Jersey in here. Are you from Jersey originally, or are you just living there now? Amy says, not working. COVID made me redundant. Oh, boo. Well, I'm happy that you could join my stream. And hopefully you come back for more. Like I mentioned, it's usually on Sundays. That's kind of the more popular time, so. Carlton, one of my favorite songs on the Benny Hill song. It's on YouTube, Miss Mara. The lyrics are gold dust. All right. Well, I can check out the Do you know what the name of the song is? Or, oh, it's the theme song. Like the theme song from the show? Carlton, the pasteurized bit in the Benny Hill song would get me every time. All right, I will take a look. But yes, I think I am heading out for the evening. Amy says Benny Hill is awful. Well, you both can duke that out, as I am, as he is unknown to me. But yes, I would like to thank all of you so much for coming over and watching and drinking with me and sharing crazy stories and experiences and everything. It's always a pleasure, and hopefully I will see you next year. Carlton says it's not the Yakety Sax one. Graham has 3 hearts for you as well. And yeah, I hope I see you all next week sometime. Carlton says it features two-tone Ted from Teddington. Okay, I trust you on it. But yes, Amy says, had a great time. You have a new subscriber now. Thank you. Turn on notifications too so it notifies you via email when I live stream or post a new video. Carlton says, Ernie the fastest milkman in the West. That's the song. Okay. Alrighty. Thanks again. And have a wonderful Monday morning, all of you. And I will see Gregory tomorrow. Amy with all the sad faces. I know. But we have next week and the week after, so we shall stream again soon. Graham says, take care, everyone. Stay safe. Likewise. Stay indoors and watch my videos. Amy says, stay safe, everyone. Good night.